All right, how's it going, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Whoa, what happened to my... There we go. Everything's fixed. Okay, that was weird. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. For those who don't know, my name's Nagai, your Guilty Gear old man, your Guilty Gear OG-san. And today we'll be doing some Guilty Gear. You know, we're doing a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive, a little bit of Guilty Gear with Testament. Which we are... Well, I've been calling this stream the Dizzy Waiting Room, but there's no... Yeah, I guess it's more true now than it has ever been. We are currently waiting for Dizzy to come out. She's been announced for Strive, and in October she'll be coming out. So hopefully it's gonna be early October. I think a trailer is supposed to be dropping pretty soon. I've heard that the trailer, or a trailer, should have dropped today, or it was potentially dropping today at the PlayStation State of Play, but I guess it didn't. So perhaps it's tomorrow. Arc System Works has a stream, kind of a stream planned for tomorrow. I believe it is at 6:30 p.m. PST or something like that. Anyway, it's on YouTube. I'm just gonna turn down the volume for a bit. Just one sec. So sadly, I'm gonna be at work. Otherwise, I'd love to stream that and give you my honest reaction to Dizzy's trailer when she, if it does drop tomorrow. But unfortunately, I'll be off work at 8 o'clock p.m. PST, so that's gonna be a little bit too late for me to stream and live react to it. So if it does drop, I have to like sign out of all of my social media accounts on my phone, because you guys, y'all are pretty nice about sharing your love of Dizzy content to me, or a lot of people are, and I don't really, I want to give you guys a genuine reaction to the trailer if and or when it drops tomorrow. But yeah, we have a little bit of a schedule for today, as you can see. I do want to show a little. Actually, I didn't write this down, but we will be doing a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive. I'm going to be showing something in training mode with Testament, and but not only that, I want to actually dive into the training mode a little bit more. My editor actually asked me just the other day on how I use training mode. And so just the other day I actually went through the my training mode functions and like my shortcuts and all that with him, and we're like, hey, this might not be a bad idea for like a stream thing. So I wrote some stuff down, and I do want to go over some stuff in training mode. Maybe for those who are just joining, who are excited to learn Dizzy, and maybe Dizzy is going to be like the first character you're going to be playing Guilty Gear Strive. I can show you some tips in terms of how to navigate the training room, because that's if there's one thing that I'm pretty good at, if there's one thing I'm actually good at in this game, it's you know, the training mode functions, because from where I'm from, I don't really get a good chance to play people offline, so I have to play by myself a whole lot. I'm just fixing the date there. It should say September 24th. So the majority of me practicing and training and playing Guilty Gear Xrd has been alone in isolation. So I was very familiar with training mode and how to navigate that and how to fully utilize it, optimize it, if you will. I hate that word. To optimize my training time. So we can go over some of the functions that I like to do. And yeah, you guys see me speed run through all these functions when I'm playing, but I'll slow it down and I'll show you guys exactly what I do, and hopefully it'll help you all out. Even if you're not playing Dizzy, if you're not playing Testament, if you're not playing the characters I'm playing, I'm hoping that this will be helpful for you to for your character. Yo, Gorgonzola Platypus, how's it going? The guy in the His House of Destiny, how's it going? How you doing, Marcus? Hope you're doing well. That reminds me, my wife made some hambagu steaku, and she asked me if I'd like any cheese on it. Like usually it's like a little block of cheese on the top there, and it's usually this yellow cheese, like cheddar cheese. But I'm like, there's only one type of cheese I like on my on my hamburger steak, and that's gargonzola or blue cheese. Actually, that'll work. But yeah, hope you're doing well. How's it been? But yeah, we got some stuff here for y'all. So excuse me, a little bit of gas. Other than that, going through training mode. If y'all want any matches for Strive, let me know. Yo, Marcus, if you want to play some Strive afterwards, we can do a little bit like a 1st to 2 or something. We'll do as much Strive as we can, but I do want to transition into sort of this thing that I'm doing, which is showing the quote-unquote evolution of Dizzy from the older games. So I have access to some of the older games, not all of them. We bought Guilty Gear Reload on Steam, so we can show that again just very briefly. I already played it last stream. I bought Guilty Gear Isuka. Guilty Gear Slash has not come out in North America at all, so I don't have any legitimate access to that. Neither do I have any legitimate access to Guilty Gear X. So we're going to skip over X, Midnight Carnival. We're going to skip over Slash, but we can kind of see where we are at XXAC for Dizzy. Because I don't actually own Guilty Gear XXAC. Actually, that's a lot. I do own Guilty Gear AC, but in the form of the Wii, the Nintendo Wii, and I also have it in the form of the arcade machines back there. So I'm not about to boot these arcade machines up and give you like, you know, VHS style, you know, shaky cam footage of Guilty Gear AC. We'll just show you Dizzy in Guilty Gear AC+R. We will show you Guilty Gear AC Dizzy in Guilty Gear AC+R because there's a function for you to toggle the previous version. Sadly, we can't toggle the Slash or Reload characters in Guilty Gear AC+R. I thought you could, but you can't. You can only access their colors. And of course, I have Guilty Gear Rev 2. I don't have Rev 1. And even if I had Rev 1, I think it'd be pretty difficult to find the on-release version of Dizzy. But I think I can explain to you guys pretty good what the character was like back then, just by showing you Guilty Gear Rev 2 Dizzy. There have been some changes with the character, and I can go over that. Just kind of showing you the loose evolution of Dizzy. The Dizzy legacy, if you will, if you are familiar with the Maximilian Dude series. Kirimi, how's it going? Mod Kirimi at your servers. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. What's up? Yeah, 10 hot. I hope you're doing well, Kirimi. How's your soul training going? But yeah. I don't know where to start here exactly. Maybe we'll show you some Testament stuff first. And Kieran, hey, if you want to play like a quick 1st to 3 at some point, or after I go over some training mode stuff, let me know. I do want to hang out in Guilty Gear Strive category for a little bit, and I feel like my labbing stuff isn't that interesting to a lot of people. So if you want to play a little bit, yo, we can play. Yo, Electric Guitar, what's up? How you doing? And Flowers of Saw, how's it going, man? Did y'all see Huntress win at Sage and Sun? Yo, yeah. I don't know if you guys saw. But our good friend, the Huntress herself, was on the same stage as Lily Pichu. Basically Sea-Dog VA, basically Ludwig, you know, same stage at TwitchCon, at the Sage Jam Slam, and she won. So, spoiler alert. Sorry for not saying that before that, but well, let me go ahead and shout out Huntress from here. But welcome. There you go. But please check out Huntress. I know that there's not a whole lot of people in my stream right now, but for the VODs anyway, check out Huntress. And she's funny. She's great at Street Fighter. She's awesome at Street. She won Sage Jam Slam, basically. She carried her team, Lily Pichu and Skara. Without her victory, they would not have won that $13,000. So please check it out. She's streaming right now, so you go ahead and check her out. Give her a follow, please, please, please. Really cool person. Electric Guitar says, just got my stuff unpacked, finished my sister's wedding. Feels great not to have to be on someone else's schedule. Oh, well, you're free. Just like at the end of all those streams, you know, who is it? Who's that one streamer who goes, "You're free." Anyway, you're free now. Break the wall. Welcome. But hope you guys are ready for some perhaps educational content. Very interesting, very captivating educational content. We're gonna go through the lab, but let me show you guys first of all this thing that I'm working on, and we'll go on from there. Let me see, what's the best way to do this? I'm working on a video right now. I'm working on a top number Testament tips. Whether you're a beginner or veteran player, these tips will be helpful for everybody, I hope. Anyway, I'm working on some tips for Testament. Not very much because I'm having a hard time with my recordings. It's hard to act on. It's hard to put on my YouTube persona. But here's a sort of sneak preview of it, in terms of the tips, not the acting. But check this out. So I made a video about safe jump. So this is to no one's surprise right now. And why is not lined up right? So let me go ahead and fix this real quick. I'm just gonna fix my window here. It's not lined up the way I like it. That's the way. I like it. All right, there we go. Now that's the way I like it, right there. So let's. So I made a video about the safe jumps, and this is going to be part of the Testament tips. Obviously, test. Little spoiler alert for my video. Tip number 1: do safe jumps. So to nobody's surprise, that's going to be the tip for every video I do. First tip. Let's just safe jump right into it. So just a various amounts of safe jumps. You know what? And I'm going to go ahead and copy this to the chat. You're all free now. That's right. And I showed this last stream too. So if you guys were tuned in last time, no surprise here for y'all. Just a little sneak peek preview. But what I really want to highlight today is the end of this video, which I show you guys how to do a manual time safe jump. Excuse me. Rather, I'll show you a little bit of a tool to use to help time manual timed safe jumps, which is using the WIFT 5P. I don't know if that's the best way of saying a WIFT 5P, a 5P on WIF. And on this video, I show that if you push 5P, if you activate it as soon as your opponent touches the ground on the hard knockdown, like so, right there, or a little bit sooner than that, but as soon as literally they touch the ground, if your 5P is activated and you do an instant air dash JH or instant air dash, yeah, I guess in this case JH, you will get a safe jump. If the 5P was activated 1 frame before the opponent touches the ground, or 3 frames after. So I'll show you here. If this has to be pushed 1 frame before soul lands or touches the ground, right? Yes, safe jump. And if you do it slightly after, 3 frames after soul touches the ground, we also get a safe jump. So this is really cool. I didn't really know this until, rather, I didn't really know this for a fact until I started making my video and I slowed down the frames and I started counting. So a little bit of cool collateral information that we got from just making this video. So even though this video is taking me like a bajillion years to make, like, because I'm the slowest editor in the world, and I really suck at, I really am bad at looking at the camera and reading off a line that I memorized. Like, I just freak out as soon as I hit the record button. And looking at the camera too. When I'm streaming, I'm just looking up here, I'm looking here and looking here. This is weird, but I'm gonna try to get used to it. Anyway, so we've discovered something from this, and here's an additional thing that I discovered, and maybe it's not really I discovered it, but rather that an additional thing that I noticed. Rather, I thought this was really cool. So this sort of safe jump thing, little tool, is kind of helpful to get the safe jump, but it's actually, you know, most test run players just simply don't go for a safe jump. Of course, they like to go for the JHJD mix-up or JHJD block string, right? They like, if possible, we want to go and do this, right? So then we can either do a JHJD or you can do JH landing 2K. Oopsies, JH landing 2K. Okay, so let's just switch it up here. I'm playing a very dangerous game today. I got coffee. I'm drinking coffee at 10 p.m. and I stopped drinking coffee, or I dialed back on my coffee, and honestly, that combined, like not drinking coffee combined with walking to work every day, has really helped my sleep. I hope I'm not gonna ruin it right now, but I also need the energy to do the stream. So basically I'm activating Kaioken times 20. My body will regret it later. But I need the energy now to defeat Vegeta. So let's replicate that situation that I had on my video, which is we want the stain state, and then I want maximum range. Give me max range on the reset. There you go. So, and I actually should show you the dummy information. And I don't want him to block. Alright, so we got this, right? So if we go for the safe jump, know this. In a situation where you do a safe jump from an instant air-JHJD, you can actually convert that into a JHJD situation, a JHJD mix-up, right? So whenever you can do an instant air-JH safe jump, you can transition that to a JHJD mix-up. Let me show you. So here's the... Actually, it's best to show that statement in a different situation. No. This is a situation. Let's turn off stain state for now. Reset this, go in the corner. Okay, throw. So here's a safe jump, right? Simple, effective, you know, simple, effective, good, safe. You know, we can go for... So if we simply just go for the safe jump from an instant air-JHJD, sorry, if we go for a safe jump right here from the fast falling JH, so we cancel our instant air dash straight into a JH, we don't get that dust, right? We don't get the air dust. But one way that we can turn this into a safe jump is if we don't instantly do JH. In fact, what we're gonna do, so we don't do a JH right away. Instead, we will do a JH delayed. So instead of mashing it, we want to actually do it after the full duration of the instant air dash. So there you go, just like that. So it's sort of like you're turning an auto time safe jump into a manually timed JHJD block string, right? I will say though, it still requires, you know, it's not a brain dead thing to do. You still need to time the JHJD in a specific way so that you're not doing the JH too delayed. If you do it too delayed, we might miss the window for canceling our JD into a downwards Grave Reaper. Right, if you do it too late, see, like that. So we don't want that. We don't want that. There we go. Now, what pro players often do is, in the situation where a instant air dash JH is available for a safe jump, you can delay it not between the instant air dash and the JH, but you can delay it just before the instant air dash. So this is what a lot of pro players do. They walk back a little bit first, backdash. This is after a throw, of course. Walk back a little bit after a throw, backdash, and then instant air dash JH JD. Now this gives us more time, gives us more space to fit in that JD. But the problem with this is that it's a lot more telegraphed on when the testament is, when the testament has the intention to do the JH JD. You know, you see the tell would be the little micro walk back, right? Maybe it's not so easy to see all the time, but if you're paying attention, you should be able to see it. So what I would say is, if you see a little micro walk, then they lose out on the instant air dash. Sorry, they lose out on the safe jump. However, sorry, I just said if they don't walk back, they lose out on the. Oh yeah, sorry, that was a correct statement. If they walk back a little bit, they lose out on the instant air dash safe jump. So then you might be thinking, okay, so then whenever I see no walk back, and then they do an instant air dash JH JD or instant air dash JH, it's gotta be a safe jump, right? But no, that's not the case, because you can slightly delay the JH, get the full duration of the instant air dash, and you can fit in the JD like so. Of course, doing it this way, not a safe jump. All right, going back to what I was going on before. So that stained state situation where we showed the safe jump, and I'll show it one more time. Okay. Dude, I love this music. I added a few more songs in my playlist. A little bit of Final Fantasy VII Queen's Blood. I'm truly getting ready for opening my own video game bar or cafe. Alright, so here we go. Get the safe jump. Oh, I was so good with it. I didn't even get the safe jump. There we go. So this is the safe jump, right? So we do the 5P. Okay. So we got a safe jump there. Now, what if, like, we don't ever want to do a safe jump? What if our intention is always go for the air dash, sorry, always go for the JHJD, which is what we see a lot of pro players do, or really strong players. They, you know, the safe jump is on the table, but we often just see JHJD, right? So I'm like, oh crap, you know, okay. And first of all, how do you time just getting a JHJD? We delay the 5P just a little bit after my opponent touches the ground. Just like that, right? So I'm gonna hold, yeah. There you go. Hold up back to see if I hit on meaty, and I did. Look at that. Beautifully timed JHJD. With the help of the 5P technique. That's kind of like a way to measure time. The 5P marker. Right, so that's, if you ever want to do JHJD, push 5P as soon as the opponent touches the ground, or you look at your input delay. You know, if you're playing online and you see that 5-frame input delay, you push the 5P as soon as your opponent touches the ground, and you're good. JHJD, let's go. And you get the JHJD. Now, let's just say you have the intention of pushing 5P as soon, like just shortly after your opponent touches the ground, but you mistime it and you're a little bit early. That's okay. Okay, Dicey, how's it going, man? What's up? That's okay. You can still get the air dash JD, but you just delay the JH. So this is it. This is actually probably this is most likely the safe jump timing if I just fast canceled into a JH. There we go, like that. So it doesn't save jump, but you get the JHJD block string. I gotta go to my third quarter schedule now. Now, what is that? Good luck. I don't know what that means, but if that's an exam, kill it. But that's pretty late, 10:30 for a third quarter schedule. Good luck, Gunbody. Good luck, Noma. Regardless. So yeah, we can turn. There are plenty of ways to get into the JHJD, but the starting point is knowing when it would safe jump, and if you get that safe jump timing, then you just delay the JH. But if you're a little bit late, then you just automatically just fast cancel the JH, and you should get the JHJD. Nursing third quarter tomorrow has 12 hours of classes in a row. Whoa, what? Damn. Man, I'm so glad I'm not in school anymore, K-Dynasty. I don't envy your schedule. Just power through it. Good luck. Make sure you get lots of sleep. Do what you need to do to get you through the day. As long as it's not actually hurting yourself. Oh, get lots of sleep, my friend. Good luck. Ganbare. So, alright, so that's what I really wanted to show for Testament stuff, and I'm actually really proud of just like seeing this while I was editing, you know. It was an interesting find, and made me think about more ways to do JHJD, which spoiler alert, is gonna be a lot of my video. My Testament tip, the big one, is do a lot of JHJD. Do it all the time. If you want to also become a mid-level Testament player, sitting at 1800, 1900, with a ranking of, I've surpassed Nice now. I'm number 50 Testament just by just having my account sit at just below 1900. But yeah, anyway, I think what we'll do now is I just kind of want to show you guys how I navigate through training mode. This is sort of, I mentioned it earlier on the stream, but my YouTube editor wanted to know more about how to play around with training mode. Like there's really no one way to use training mode, so I guess it's really tailored towards who's using it and what their intention is. Like, for instance, if you're learning how to practice combos and you want to just up your execution, then you want to practice practical combos, but that's character specific. But once you figure out what combos you want to practice, what I recommend is just making sure your block setting is set to guard at first hit, and make sure we do that practical combo, if once you can pinpoint it, on each side about 10 times. Treat it like a high school gym test, at least in my high school, we had to do like layups for the basketball test. We had to do layups on the right side and layups on the left side, right? 10 times each, and your grade was out of 10, not on your technique, but on how many layups you can do on each arm, on each side. So we did that. Oh, I just remembered one of the other tests is free throws. How many shots can you do free throws out of 10? And if you get 10 out of 10, you get 100%. You have to do that with like both arms, I think. No, I think you just have to do it with your dominant arm. But that was a tough one too. Anyway, so treat it like that. The layups. You want to do 10 layups on the left side, and you want to do 10 layups on the right side. Basically, do your basic combos that are practical, quote unquote, the layups, on both sides until you can get it at, you know, at least 9 out of 10 accuracy before we try it in like a high stakes match. Whether for you that might be a ranked match on the tower, or perhaps a tournament match. So either or, you want to do the combos on each side, but make sure that we have this button, this toggle activated, especially if your character's combos requires links that are grounded. This is most important if we are playing a character like, let's just say, Slayer. I say Slayer, but on second thought, is Slayer the best character to... I mean, you know, best character to demonstrate links with? Slayer's got links, but he doesn't kill you with the links. He kills you with power bunkers. So for instance, you know, doing this combo, like 6k into whatever, 2k? 6k into 2k dust, right? It naturally doesn't combo, like it doesn't chain to itself, right? And if you mash it, there's a good chance that it's gonna miss if you mash, right? I'm getting it every time now, not even though I just said there's a good chance. Well, every once in a while you're gonna mess it up if you just mash it. So for links like this, you want to practice with this function on guard after first hit. Otherwise, you know, if otherwise if you don't, sometimes you kind of think you're doing the combo every time because you're getting the false sense of the opponent's getting hit. But if you notice that the combo counter, it's not counting to 3, it's counting only to 2. So I'm missing this link every time. And we don't want to be gaslighting ourselves in training mode. We want to make sure we're doing it right. You know, building that muscle memory. So we can do it in an actual match, an actual high stakes match. And a lot of these combos, you know, in high stakes matches, you're going to be so nervous. You're going to be thinking about other things. It's really easy to mess up things that you're just trying out. So we want to make sure we're not just trying them out in mid-match. We actually have them built into our muscle memory. So then we can do it when we're on stage at Evo, or if we are doing our Celestial matches to get into Celestial. Yo, Mint Julep, how's it going? What's up? My D-pad is so much. I play as player 2 and hope I can stay on that side. Player 2 is yeah, player 2's is what I recommend training mode with. You know, if you're ever playing, actually there's several reasons for that. If you're practicing your character, I suggest practice on player 2 side for more than one reason. One is the not as natural side. You know, a lot of times training mode by default puts you on the player 1 side, so we want to make sure that we have plenty of player 2 practice. And also, I do like to, you know, record functions on my player 2 side and play it on myself, right? Just to test things out. So I would say, very good idea to always test out things on player 2 side versus player 1 side. The only downside is that in Guilty Gear Strive, the damage display only shows on player 1 side, which is kind of unfortunate, right? I wish it showed on player 2 side, but it doesn't. So that's the only thing you're missing out on. But I mean, we don't really know how much. I don't think we really care about how much damage we do, like by the digit, you know, by the numbers exactly. A lot of times, for me anyway, I don't look at the number. I look at the health bar, and I also look at the situation I get after the combo. Is it a hard knockdown? Do I get a setup? Can I get a save jump? Etc. etc. Yo, Caleb, how's it going? What's up? How you doing, guy? I'm doing very well. How are you doing? Doing pretty good. I'm happy that Dizzy is gonna come out. Let me tell you. Fever, what's up? We testing gaming tonight. We are. You want to play a little bit? After some training mode stuff, I'm just going through some training mode functions. My editor asked me to just go over some things, and I did over a call. But then we're like, hey, maybe regurgitate some of this stuff on stream, and we might be able to make a video, or at least it's going to be helpful, not just for my editor, but for anyone else out there. Because what I do naturally in training mode it's things that I've been doing, like it's built into my muscle memory, right? I like speed run through all these functions without really explaining what I'm doing. And just slowing it down, showing you guys what I'm doing in training mode might actually help you know, some people down the road who are curious on how an old guy like me navigates training mode. So hopefully I can show you guys a thing or two. But yeah, doing pretty good. So if you want to play, I'll probably boot up some games in about maybe 20 minutes, 15-20, depending on how long this will take. But if you want to play like a first to three, I'm down. And then after that, we're actually going to do a little bit more Dizzy Legacy. This is officially the Dizzy waiting room for my stream. And we're going to go talk a little bit about Guilty Gear Reload Dizzy, and then go through AC and AC+R. Well, I mean, I don't have Guilty Gear Slash, so we'll talk a little bit about that. But yeah, anyway, practice your combos. Left side, right side, 10 times each side, get 10 out of 10, put them in actual play. All right, so let's turn it back to Testament. I'm gonna regret drinking this coffee, but I'm feeling good. Okay. All right, let's reset some of this stuff here. How do you guys have your buttons, by the way? Do you use all 8 buttons, or do you use only 6 of your buttons in an actual match? I only use 6 of my buttons because there's 2 important buttons that we can set that are very important for training mode. And those 2 buttons are the record button and the playback. Okay, so one can argue that I should actually bind like FD, faultless defense. And I really should. Like it will probably help with like the Happy Chaos matchup for like dash blocking and what have you. And also there's a weird thing in Guilty Gear Strive that's different from the older Guilty Gears. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now, but the button priority is kind of messed. If you compare it to the older games, buttons pushing, if you push 2 buttons together and you mistime the buttons, like if you have the intention of doing an FD but you accidentally trill 2 buttons, one of the buttons is gonna come out, right? This game's got button priority over FD, while the other games FD takes priority. So you trill 2 buttons, the button, like I think in the first 2 frames, if it sort of comes out and you eventually put yourself into FD, faultless defense takes over any of those 2 buttons. That is not a thing in Guilty Gear Strive. Guilty Gear Strive, your button takes priority over FD, and that kind of like you may not notice if you're a Strive player. Maybe you won't notice it, but if you're an older Guilty Gear player, and if you've been sort of like conditioned to tap the buttons like this for an FD, or maybe you're conditioned to not. Condition is not the right word. If you're trained on the older games, and then you don't care, your fingers are trained not to care whether it's pushed at the same time or trilled, you're still gonna get FD. And if you move into a game like Guilty Gear Strive, you're gonna get fucked so hard. You wake up FD. And you ever notice older Guilty Gear players? They wake up and with the intention of FDIB, but they just get like smoked counter hit. Like that is like older Guilty Gear thing. I promise you. There's a reason why it's not in this game though. There's a reason why they did that in this game, and it's to help prevent certain OSs where you can hold a button. Like let's just say you hold slash, and then you mash on punch, and you're holding back. In the older game, that would basically get you an FD, right? But in this game, I believe it gives you a button. Just double check. Or at least at least in a way where you can't FD, you can't do like OS is where you're mashing a button and then you just block a burst if they burst. You can't do that in this game. Hold up. Anyway, I'm going somewhere with this, I think. So, okay, so it happens here too, actually. So FD, I guess if you hold the button, like the FD takes priority. But if you trill it, sometimes the button takes priority. Maybe it's when you don't have meter. Oh, unless they fix it at some point. Whoa, did they just like have a shadow fix at some point? Anyway, the point is, oh, here we go. So the last punch. So the last punch actually comes out. So there's a whiff punch and then FD. I believe it. If it's the older games, that last punch doesn't come out. It's just an FD. So, so if I guess if the total duration of your button is fast enough, like fast enough to recover and block a burst, you will block the burst. But in this game, I think it lets, like, I think after a whiff button, you have to, like, another 2P comes out. Anyway, I'm just pulling a lot of this stuff out of my ass at this point. But the OS doesn't work, and my point is, I'm not trying to. I went into something that I like way off to a tangent, not kind of focus on what I wanted to talk about. Either way, the OS doesn't exist in this game. But yeah, hope you all do know what's up. I actually moved my. I guess the point. How did I get into that button? Yeah, I was talking about me binding FD. Okay, that has nothing to do with like what I actually wanted to talk about today. But yeah, I'd say bind FD. It's gonna help you out. Not accidentally mash a button on wake up. But yeah, you're right. There's some cross-up OS you can do in Strive. I think so. I just moved mapping actually, but I have FD. I would have FD. If I was playing this game competitively, I would make sure I have FD on there. Anyway, so actually what I want to talk about is, yeah, your button config. I only use 6 buttons, but hey, the most important buttons for training mode are these 2 buttons, record and playback. Let's just say you use all 8 buttons, and you want to make sure you have your FD button bound. That's okay, because you can also bind your L3 and R3 buttons, but I don't like to. I kind of want to have my my record and playback functions or buttons like really accessible. So in classic Guilty Gear fashion, I have these 6 buttons as my action buttons, right? Punch, kick, slash, heavy slash, and then down here is dust, and this is my dash macro. This is usually a utility button. In older Guilty Gears, this button doesn't exist. It's just the 5 buttons, and it's shaped like a claw. So this is the dash macro in Guilty Gear Strive. These 2 buttons are gonna be my record and playback, because I highly recommend you get used to the record and playback buttons if you want to kind of like zip around training mode. It really helps, and I'll show you guys a few tips and tricks on how it actually helps. So let's just make sure I have my buttons configured. You know, other than the fact that you can record and playback, you know, as the buttons suggest, which is really helpful, by the way. So this is okay. Kind of tip number 1.1: always have the character that you're training with on player 2. Well, maybe not always, most of the time, right? And if I want to have access to the character I want to train with, I tap the record button. So record button, I just tapped it. Now I have access to player 2. I can do all my stuff, you know, whatever, yada yada yada, do my combos. And if I'm ready to record something, if I want, I just tap it again. You see the frames count up on the top right there. If I want to end the recording, I tap it one more time, the same button, the record button, and it says save to slot 3. I can play it back by pushing the playback button now. If I wanted to like test stuff out, you know, test out a particular setup. So as you can see, there's limitless possibilities of what you could do so far with the playback and record function, and it I don't think people use these functions a whole lot, because I constantly see people on like post tech or whatever on Twitter or YouTube where they just do the thing with no recorder playback. But recording playback, especially if you create content, is so good, because you can test out that certain setup on several different situations, rather than doing the thing that a lot of people do, you know, which is like, hey, I'm gonna get the opponent to wake up with DP. You see this a lot, right? Oh yeah, let's go wake up, whatever, right? Not the best. Like, it's a good way to, if you're doing that, it's a good way to show your audience that yeah, the opponent is gonna wake up in DP. But if you're not always playing back the same, you know, combo exactly how you did it at the first time, you know, you can just gaslight your audience into thinking that the safe jump is actually a safe jump when it's not. Yo, Commander Capper, how's it going? The guy be teaching the folks how to laugh. Hell yeah, let's go. So tip number 1, bind excuse me. Tip number 1, bind the record and playback buttons. Tip number 1.1, always practice / or quote unquote always practice on player 2 side. All right, so a lot of possibilities with playback and record, other than their you know, natural suggested functions. So you might be wondering, now guy, what about this thing right here? This seems really helpful. Position reset. Let me tell you, you don't need to bind that at all, because you already have that bound if you have record and playback bound. All you need to do is push the 2 buttons together. I'm going to push record and playback at the same time. Look what happens. Bam. Not only does it, can you just reset the screen, right, to like back to neutral, you can decide where you want to reset it. You want to reset it to the left corner, you got that, right corner. But wait, I want Testament to be on the other side. That's no problem. Hold down and push the 2 buttons together. And yeah, hold up. No, never mind. Push up and 2 buttons together. There you go. Side swapped. No problem. There you go. Easy. Holding down and pushing the playback and record button, or the reset, puts you back in the center. And if again you want to switch sides, hold up and push the 2 buttons. So playback, record button, another pro right there. Another reason why you want to bind them. Now here's a cool thing that I didn't notice until a little bit later in my training room time, is that you can cycle through your slots. So you go to training. If you go to training mode, whatever, training settings and record settings, you can see that there's 5 slots here, right? Now you can, every time you record or playback, or you record something on one side, bam, 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 and you want to go to the next slot. Say you want to record another situation. You can switch slots by going through here, left and right. But yo, in the cage, how's it going, Josh? However, you don't need to do that, because with the record and playback buttons, you can do it without going into the menu. So if you just simply push if you push the record button, and now we're in recording standby, you can cycle through the slots by pushing the playback button. Look at that. Slot 5, slot random, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can record up to 5 different situations at the tip of your fingers. Going diagonal does nothing. Diagonal does nothing, sadly. Only up, down, left, right. Diagonal does stuff in Guilty Gear AC+R, actually. Alright, so lots of things that you can do with the playback and record buttons. I know, but the Iron Man Infinite, you said hit up? The Iron Man Infinite Marvel 2? I've never done a Marvel Infinite before. Other than like Marvel vs. Capcom 3, like a TAC Infinite. Are they hard? The infamous vid just hit up? Yo, God _ Sasuto. How's it going? Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're ready for some more training mode function tips. I got a whole lot. Let me tell you guys. There's a period of my life where I had like zero access to other players. Like the next player was literally a 10-hour drive away for Guilty Gear Xrd. Or like a $500 flight, because I live in the middle of nowhere. And we had no rollback. The internet was dog shit. Excuse my Canadian. It was dog water. And I just had to get used to playing in training mode. I had to watch a lot of match vids and then just get used to training mode. And learn all these functions by myself and, you know, optimize my training in that way. So let me imbue some of this knowledge to you. So so playback record buttons. Okay, what else do I need to talk about for them? So you might be asking, well, what? So that's cool that I can do like just about a whole, you know, an infinite amount of things with playback and record. But what are some practical things can I do, Nagai? Well, with the playback and record functions, you can test out whether your save jumps are true. So for instance, this is most important, especially if you're a content creator and you want to actually show that something is real. Yo, chat, is this real? We can just record our action. So I'm going to record testament throwing in the corner, and I'm going to do the save jump, which is instant air dash back JH, or instant air dash back, instant air dash 4 JH. Sorry, instant back dash, and then instant air dash 4 JH. I don't know why I have FD bound. I never do. There you go. Right. All right, so let me break that down. So tap record once. We're going to record standby. Tap record once. Tap it again to record. I'm going to throw. Do my thing. And then hit record again to save it. I'm going to reset the screen, and then I'm going to tap playback. And I'm going to show that I'm making contact on hit, or if they block or hit, and see if this is a save jump, and it is. So you can use this playback, record and playback, to prove save jumps. You can prove OSs, and that's option selects, right? So you're doing a command that covers for multiple different situations. So that's what an option select is, right? This helps prove that. So really invaluable tool for a content creator for technology, a content creator tech tool. Also helps you discover things as you're putting them through a lab as a player, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but anyway, it helps you prove stuff, helps you prove OSs. Especially helpful, like yeah, so let's just say, sometimes I wonder, like when a new character comes out, I always wonder, is the wall break situation after super a safe jump situation for my character? So we can test that up. So I'm gonna do Calamity 1 or whatever this move is called, instant dash JH, right? I'm doing a safe jump. I'm gonna see if this is a safe jump right here, right? Obviously it's not. I know that already because I played testing it. So it doesn't safe jump against 9-frame DPs. We'll switch it over to the next character, the next fastest character's DP or reversal, which is gonna be May. May's got a 10-framer. Yo, True Round, how's it going, man? What's up? Hope you're having a good night. What is media? That's a good question. That is a good question. Meaty is a word with two meanings. Quite often when people say that move hits meaty, it really has just one meaning, but people kind of use it for two. It's got like a meaning with value, I guess. So when someone says this move is meaty, usually it means you're putting your active frames on someone's wake up. Let me show you. So it's in the context of what's called okizeme, which is like your pressure after you knock down your opponent. So for instance, if I do what is that meaty thing that testament players do nowadays? Oh, here we go. I got one. So this Grave Reaper here. So if your move is on your opponent's get up, and it's and you're like they're pretty much forced to, you know, block it or you know, interact with it on wake up. Like there's no gap for me to like jump out, right? If I hold up back, I'm gonna get hit, right? Some people say that's a meaty attack, right? Just by the fact that you're locking your opponent down on their wake up, whether it's through a projectile or with like a button, right? Like a 2H, a normal attack. Now, for a lot of people, that in itself is the definition of meaty. Just an active attack on someone's wake up. Now, meaty also has a range. So that is, that move hits meaty. But there's some people will say, that's very meaty, or that's not, or that's okay meaty, right? And so like there's a range of meaty. So the more meaty attack is, the more plus frames you get on offense, basically. So usually a move has an early active frame and a late active frame. I'm gonna get real scientific here. And a good move to demonstrate that with is going to be, say, your 2H right here for Testament. So if we're talking in terms of normal attacks, this move has a range of how meaty it can be. So you can simply just hit it on its early active frame. So if you hit it on like as soon as it becomes active, I'm gonna scroll down here, give you guys a little bit of a zoom in here, just so we can see the boxes. So right here, this frame data here says on block. Okay, now this might go beyond what you're asking, but this is, I already gave you like the short answer of what a meaty is, but for a lot of people, like other people might be wondering about this other part here. So I've already just answered the question, but this is like AP science of, of what is a meaty. So initially, if you hit on the first active frame, you're going to be -2 on block. So it's actually your opponent's turn. Your opponent's turn if you just end it right there. But this -2 is a reflection of hitting at the first active frame. But you don't have to hit at the first active frame. As they get up, right, you can time your 2H so that it hits on maybe the last active frame, potentially. So how much more plus are you? Well, if this is -2, the first one, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can potentially be +6 if you hit on the last active frame as the opponent gets up. Right? So what it should look like. So if I hit like, let's see, if I hit there, that's like maybe the first active frame. So if the opponent blocks this, I'm -2. But if I try to time it in a way that the 2H is hitting at the end, we are what? Like, did I say 8 plus? Did I say +6? Yeah. So that would be considered hitting this 2H really meaty. But I feel like people don't use the word in that way as much anymore. When they say, yo, that move is meaty, that usually means like, oh yeah, that hit on wake up. But yeah, anyway, hope you're doing well. Yo, King Rex, how's it going, man? What's up? We're discussing the range of meaty. I'm familiar with frame data from Smash Bros, but some of the FGC terms are new. I wonder if there's a Smash Brothers term for meaty. Like, it would be if you... I mean, me... I wonder if it's more... I wonder if it's really relevant. There's so much ways to recover in Smash Brothers that it's hard to get a controlled situation where you can force a meaty button. But it's basically like, you know, they recover. They recover into like your what's a good move in Smash? I don't know. Like a snake. Oh, yo, you know what's a really good meaty? Snake grenade. Let's go. Or snake snake up B. Not up B. Up A, you know? While they're recovering, you just like you shoot up in the air. Well, while they're in the ledge, you shoot up in the air with the motor, and then they recover right into your motor. There you go. There's a very meaty attack right there. You know, that's Snake's Smash A. This is it right here. But instead of me throwing a mortar up in the air, I'm throwing my projectile into May. So this is a really meaty projectile, by the way. This is like you're fully charging your and it works, and it's meaty for a lot of different reasons. It's a fully charged S Grave Reaper, and I'm also I have a little bit of distance between me and my opponent, which in terms of projectiles, the more distance you are, and they recover into your projectile, the more plus you are. But that's whether it's your turn or not is relative, because if you're plus like 5, or if you're plus 20 but you're on the far end of the screen, you might as well just be at 0. We mostly just jab lock. Yeah. Okay, so if they're on the ledge and you're playing Terry Bogard, you know, who's so popular, they made a game for him. You know, everybody loved Terry Bogard so much in his debut in Smash Brothers. They ended up making a spin-off game called Fatal Fury, and with Terry Bogard's popularity, that because of his inclusion in Smash Brothers, that was his first game, right? Like, wild thing, he's now in Street Fighter. So and they have Ronaldo now in the spin-off game Fatal Fury. Isn't that crazy? Anyway. So, we're talking about training mode functions, though. I kind of went off on a tangent, which is pretty normal for this stream. So, playback, record button, beauty. What else did I want to say about this? Yeah, so I just showed it. In terms of a save jump, you can test it out. You can test out your OSs and that sort of thing. What else did I want to talk about with this? Hold on, give me 1 second here. I wrote something down. Just gonna pull up. All right, so we talked about record playback, record standby, recording standby. All right, so I talked also about the position reset, right? So this is something kind of new. That I wasn't familiar with in other fighting games, but you can actually do a round call in Guilty Gear Strive. You couldn't do this in the older Guilty Gear games, so this is kind of neat. So if you toggle training mode settings, position reset, round call, you can actually practice certain situations, like how to deal with certain things that my opponent does all the time on round start. So for instance, hey, maybe I don't know how to deal with like round start Totsugeki, so I'm gonna get my opponent to just Totsugeki on round start. Oopsies. Oh, and by the way, if we're doing this, then what you want to do is you want to have the character you want to practice on player 1 side for once, and then the character you're practicing against on player 2. Now we can test certain things out. So I'm gonna test out, like, for instance, as I mentioned, how to deal with Totsugeki. So let's go with S Dolphin, right? So, like, what do I do? My opponent just keeps doing this, and I get smoked every time, you know? This move is so strong. So... Oh, I actually messed up here. There we go. We want to do just action number 1. Okay. So what can I do? So, slash doesn't work. Maybe a faster button. What about 5K? Okay, there you go, 5K. So 5K works against this. What about a much safer option like instant air dash back, JH? Doesn't quite work. Maybe instant air dash back, JK. There you go. But maybe wait a little bit. If you just do it, if you do it right away, they pop up. I feel like if we're doing something like this, we want to just do the action as we are coming down. But yeah, just kind of give you some examples. Probably 6P this too. So the point is, you can test out a lot of different round start situations with this particular function, and also another function here, which is counter attack settings. You just click on it, go all the way to the bottom, and do whatever you want on position reset. And you can even cycle through 3 different actions, so it might not just be Totsugeki, but yeah, maybe like 2K 2D, as True Round is mentioning. And then if you cycle through 3 different actions, maybe these are the 3 actions that your opponent likes to do like all the time, you know, then you can start kind of figuring out your RPS on round start if you want to play RPS. By the way, just because oh, well, how do I want to phrase this? I guess your opponent isn't always going to do something though, like a smarter. So I think a first layer thing that a lot of players do is just think that the opponent is going to be doing something all the time, but the next level thing is the opponent does nothing. Like, there's these things that they can do right as soon as the round starts. They can do it after waiting like 10 frames, and then they do one of these things, and that like adds a whole new element. So just keep that in mind. It's not always going to be rock paper scissors. It could be like wait and see, then rock paper scissors. Okay, so that's another function I think is really helpful, which is the position reset. Like kind of figuring out the first layer of the round start. And I talked about this a little bit, but yeah, cycle through what you can do on counterattack settings. This can be helpful to kind of figure out whether your frame traps work or not. Actually, here's a helpful thing. Let me give you an example of that. So again, I'm going to, let's see, maybe I'll get my opponent. No, actually this works. So I'm actually going to get my opponent to just mash. Like, this is something that I see a lot of players let me get away with, which is like, they let me get away with that all the time. It might be really scary to push buttons against, but canceling into a 2H. Well, actually, I do need to record this. Oh no, I don't need to record this. So I guess I don't do this very often, which is like use this on block function. Because for me, there's a better way of testing these things out. So now I'm gonna, yeah, I can see that my opponent can mash out of that. All right, I don't really like using this thing here after block to test out whether things have gaps or not, because we can do that simply by using the record and playback functions. Literally just record what you want to do, play it back on yourself, and just like test out whether, you know, test out what works, right? So okay, so I can see that 2P works, 5P works. 2K works. Like // works. I really shouldn't be doing this then, but people let me do it all the time. 2D doesn't work. Let's see. But // works. How fast? Oh, sorry, that's close slash. But 2S? Nope. Yeah, anyway. So again, I guess there's just, these are cool functions here, right? Of course. But this function here, I feel like it's not, like, if it's not as relevant if you're using playback and record. It's much faster just to playback and record and test out different buttons. True Round says, I've been playing Abba, such a fun character. I had a lot of fun with Abba. That's the character I played in my last offline tournament, actually. I played Abba and Combo Breaker, actually. Didn't do very well, but I had a lot of fun. Alright, what else is here? This is just a... This little segment is, hey, just use playback and record function. It's going to change your life in training mode. Other than that... Yeah, I think that's about it, actually. I think I've exhausted. Oh, you know what? Why don't I show you guys some why don't I show you guys some cool things you can do with training mode with playback and record? Ever wondered whether a mix-up was real? Ever asked yourself, yo, chat, is this real on a mix-up? And then a good way to see if it's real or not is to record the mix-up and then play it back on yourself. Let me show you what I mean by that. Well, or you can watch one of my videos and I can count the frames for you to see if it's real. But, so let's just say I get this mix up here on you. What's the best way to show it? I got it. Yo, True Round, do you know if this is real or not? Let me show you here. There's a mix-up that Testament players love to do. And it's instant air dash JHJD. Or instant air dash 2K. Sorry, instant air dash JH land 2K and stuff. Okay, let me just make sure I got that. I'll do the grab check. There you go, we're good. So I recorded this on slot 1 and 2. So I have a high-low here, right? So now what you want to do, if you want to just get the computer to do, you know, get your program to do only one of those two functions, we want to set the other slots to 0 and then the two slots to 10. So we're at a 1-to-1 ratio if we slot over to random and just play it on ourselves. Is 18 frames real? I would say in an offline setting, with no frame delay on your monitors and you got a good stick, I would say it's not real. I mean, listen, it's real enough to hit someone like me, but if you're playing against someone who's really good with reactions, like if you're playing against, let's say, like Kid Viper, for instance, or like Lost Soul, I wouldn't rely on an 18 frame overhead to be my main source of mixing that opponent up. For the majority of players, yes, and especially online when there's potentially a 4 frame delay, that is real enough. But in an offline tournament setting against a top level player, unfortunately, I wouldn't rely on that. You know, you can do it every once in a while, but it's not like your golden ticket, your golden bullet to like defeat that player. So here we go. So I have it randomized here. So it's either going to play one of two functions, the high or the low. So you can test it out yourself to see if you can block this. Right? And this is really hard for me to block. After that JH, I know that... Oh yeah, I know... Actually, I already know this, right? the high is hits after the high hits 12 frames after the JH. The low hits 14 frames after the JH. So technically speaking, you can fuzzy block this if you just block high a little bit longer than you block low, which is like the natural fuzzy blocking, like natural fuzzy blocking method. I see why you like Ava. Yeah, Ava is really cool. I like any like high mix-up character. So you can test this out yourself to see if you're able to block these mix-ups. Now, here's another thing. With this recording, I can test out things defensively too. So I know that Testament's high is gapless, right? The JHJD Grave Reaper, if I hold it up back the entire time, I'm blocking, I'm not getting hit. I know the low has a 1 frame gap. So if I try to mash grab after the low, I'm gonna get counter hit, right? So there's a gap there, I can backdash. So what happens if I just mash backdash the entire time? Well, on the high, oopsies. On the high, I'm not getting hit, right? Because no matter what, if I'm holding back and mashing anything, any one button, I'm being locked into a block, even if it's mashing backdash. But on the low, I'm always gonna backdash if I do it right. Backdashing with Mei here is not bad because there's no way Testament can. Well, it's really hard for Testament to catch that backdash. It's a 16 frame backdash, and even if you try to grab after with Testament, Mei is still going to be safe because for 16 frame backdash, Mei and Milia. Like, is the block string legit and can be interrupted? Is that what you mean by real? Oh, okay, by real. So real has a couple of different contexts here. Real is whether something is actually a can. How do I say this? In terms of being able to block it, I guess real would have 2 separate properties. This is like, what is light? Light is a particle and a wavelength. So is it real? Could mean can you react to it? Is it within the realm of being able to react to? So a lot of times people say a 15 frame overhead is real, right? Because the human cannot, with a lot of different things to pay attention to, a 15 frame overhead, you shouldn't be able to react to it. Less than a quarter of or that is a quarter of a second, yeah. Visually anyway. But like a 20 frame overhead, yeah, it opens people up a whole lot, right? But I wouldn't consider that real because against a strong player or against a competent player, they should be able to block it. It's not something that you would use in full confidence to win a round or to win most of your matches. I would say something that you can, if you rely on something that is reactable under normal circumstances, I'd say that's not real. It's not going to win you. It's going to win you a lot of games, but it's not going to be a consistent way of winning, you know? So that's one factor of being real. The other factor of being real is, you know, is this airtight? You know, is it gapless? A lot of times people use the word real for that. And another reason, sort of in a mixture of both of them. Does the high and the low, like both unreactable? Like, do they hit on the same frame? So sometimes, in this case, for instance, I would argue that this mix-up is a fake mix-up from for Testament. This is a fake Testament mix-up, right? This JHJD. Like it. And the reason is because there's a way to always block this, given that the high hits 2 frames slower, rather 2 frames faster than the low. So there's always going to be a 2-frame gap between the high and the low. So the high hits at frame 4, the high hits on frame 12 after the JH, while the low hits on frame 14 at the fastest possible. You can delay the low a little bit more if you want, because you just naturally just delay it. But because there's always that constant 2-frame gap between the high and the low, and the high hits faster than the low, you can fuzzy block it. And because of that, you just you know, there's a consistent way of dismantling this mix-up. It might be hard, but it's not, you know, there's a way. There's a way. It's just not as easy. Like a 2-frame gap isn't always the easiest to always naturally block high and then low, but it's easier than a 1-frame gap, which Testament does have, by the way. It's just harder to access. Yeah, not reactable, not fuzzyable, or any other countermeasures. True 50-50. Yeah. That's a good point. Not reactable or fuzzyable. How about there's no way of avoiding guessing. I like that. Yeah, there's no way of avoiding guessing. There are a few 50-50s like that, like true mix-ups. The one that I can think of off the top of my head is Bridget, actually. Bridget has a unavoidable 50-50 as long as you don't have any resources. So if you're not wire seeing this or deflect shielding it, RPS in disguise. I mean, just because it's not real doesn't mean you shouldn't ever use it. It's just, you just need this awareness of, does my opponent have the capacity to deal with it? And honestly, even if it's not real, it's okay still, because you can overwhelm your opponent's senses to make something that's fake feel real. You know what I mean? Bridget, on the other hand, she does have a rather real mix-up here, and that is after. So if she rolls into you, let's just say, what's a good mix-up actually? 2K 2D. I'm just gonna go ahead and just toss my yo-yo. Toss my yo-yo, and just show that, and toss my yo-yo, and do 2K. So this is actually a real mix-up. It's kind of mess. So after that roll, after this roll, it takes 15 frames to cancel into the JD, and it takes 15 frames for her to land and do a 2K. Isn't that messed up? So whenever you get hit by this roll, you have to guess. If you don't have like deflect shield or whatever. And hey, another thing is roll into JD a true block string. Roll into 2K, also a true block string. So this is like a, it's kind of messed up that they have this in this game. Like if this was in Guilty or Xrd or Reload, makes sense. So Xrd or +R, but in a game where it seems like the game devs are allergic to having true 50-50s, it's messed that they have this with a, and this character can do it like twice in one block string. So can she meaty into this? Yeah, she can. Let me show you. So if she 2K 2D and yo-yo jump, yeah, okay, she jumps and does like a 2S, or is it this? Is it maybe it's an instant air dash? I'm thinking Testament now. No, okay, so here we go. So if she... Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. There you go. That's it. This is kind of messed up. She can do a safe jump into this mix-up. So I'm gonna DP here. Oh, my bad. So she can safe jump into a 2K2D mix-up. Or not 2K2D mix-up. I'm thinking Testament. Safe jump into her JD 2K mix-up. And this is actually all airtight. So if you chose to block the safe jump, which generally speaking, blocking a safe jump is like what you gotta do. It's like the best way to deal with a safe jump if you have no resources, right? So if you don't want to spend resources, you're gonna have to eat this mix up. Right. So she can, well, maybe she can't meaty into it, but she can do a meaty that leads into it. And that's not where her mix-up really starts too. That JS right there, right here, can turn, like, okay, it's a double, quote-unquote, double overhead, right? If you get hit, if you block the first hit high, and then you hold down, you're gonna get hit with the second hit. So you have to be patient. She can also fuzzy jump off it, and it's messed. It's messed. This character is pretty good. The only thing about Bridget is that she's like paper thin. She's a glass cannon. Mint Julep says Bridget isn't as underrated in Japan. Bridget's a monster. She just doesn't have the health or damage. Exactly. If she's got the health or damage, then this character is kind of messed up. Bridget's actually was my best tournament character. I got the farthest in a tournament with this character. Evo Japan, but I just stopped playing her because I thought the other DLC characters were pretty cool. But yeah, anyway, I think that's about it for my training mode stuff. I don't think there's... I'm pretty sure I've exhausted all the things I can talk about. There's probably more I can talk about with playback and record, but... You know, honestly, I just want to sit here and talk about stuff. Talk about training mode stuff and just go live on stream, really. But yeah, with all that said, you guys want to know any more about training mode? I can go through probably a few more things. I'm pretty sure I forgot a few things here. I'll just have to skim through my notes. But anyway, that's your tangent-filled... Excuse me. That's your tangent-filled quote-unquote guide on how I use training mode. Basically, use the record and playback function. It's really helpful. And it's the equivalent of training in the mountains, you know, sitting under the waterfall, being like this, you know. Under a waterfall. That's me with the record and playback function. There are some block combinations for enemies that I don't know why you'd use that I know of. Excuse me. There are some block combinations for enemies that I don't know why you'd use that I know have uses. True Round says, I know you can practice stance characters via training mode, like install like Kai. Yeah, if you use the function here, training settings, character specific settings, you can practice drag and install stuff by just toggling this option here. Yo, let's get nasty. What's up? Is there a solid way to train round starts in training mode, like variable round starts? You can actually. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to hit right here. Right here. So position reset, round call. So this will like reset into here. But let's just say you want to train certain round start situations. So like I know Bridget's like to do a lot of her long range buttons, crouching 2S. Maybe we want to deal with that, and you can have up to 3 actions here. And once you have them all set, let's say we want to deal with standing slash, and then we want to deal with I don't know. What would she do? Sweep. So right now it's set to action number 1 here. And then, so she's only gonna do that one thing. So if you're playing Soul, for instance, maybe you're wondering like, well, how can I do this? Far slash? Sorry, try that again. Far slash? Far slash beats it. Maybe you didn't know that. 2S? My 2S beats it. I didn't know that. But maybe it's not always gonna be that one action. Things get a little spicy, so we can randomize it within these 3 actions here. So now let's see if far slash will work against this here. Let's get nasty. All right. So now we might want to have an option that beats out that move, for instance. So maybe I'll throw in a 6P. 6P gets beat, unfortunately, by 2S, but... Oh, and also gets beat by the 2D. But it will beat that far slash. So you can start working on like your portfolio of RPS options against that character if there's a certain amount of RPS round start options that your opponent does. Now, again, the thing is, I mentioned this earlier, not all the time... it's not all... excuse me. Your opponent isn't always going to be pushing a button around start. Like, the next thing... You know, the 5-head thing to do is wait a little bit and then push a button. So be prepared for that too. A lot of times, what I like to do is either back off a little bit if I want to play a little more conservative and see what my opponent does. So any stuff like that, block settings combinations, Okay, yeah, let me take a look at that. Yeah, I hope that's excuse me. I hope that's helpful, Yo Nasty. But yeah, check that out. I think this is a really cool tool. It doesn't exist in the older Guilty Gears, but it's here in Guilty Gear Strive. So we'll look at the block settings. So block setting combinations. So there's no guard, there's all guard, there's guard after first hit, guard only the first hit, and then random guard. I don't know what you'd use random for, but no guard is a no-brainer. You just do your combo. All guard, well, I don't mess around with a whole lot of this, but I only do all guard with either I enable or disable. So if you have all guard while they're standing, oops, it's gonna block high and low. So she's gonna block high and then the low. And I'll show the dust here too. So she's blocking all that. I like this. If I only want them to block high, I keep them standing. I hit all guard, but block switching disabled. So they're only gonna block high or mid. So there we go. If I'm playing Bridget, for instance, this is helpful if I want to test out things that start off as a 2K2D, like a 2K2D knockdown, and then my next thing is like maybe a roll, some mid, right? And I can see, see if this is like a true block string, for instance. So after I get hit on the first roll, I'm holding up back with soul, right? So if I want to see that sort of thing, see if my setup afterwards, if I want to test, basically if I want to test out what happens after I 2K2D and then do some sort of projectile setup or some sort of mix-up / setup, that's when this is helpful. All guard and disabled. Same thing with the crouch. So now my opponent's only gonna block lows, but this is good if I want to like test out a situation after a high hit, right? Does this, if that particular string, if that particular string's a safe jump, for instance, I can test that out. Now I'm going to get hit by this DP. Yeah, so that is a safe jump. Now I don't mess around with these two a whole lot. Guard after first hit or guard only first hit, because I use the playback and record function. So if I want to test something out, I don't know actually. This was health guard after first hit. Okay, no, this is actually okay because this is like same thing. If I do a knockdown and I want to see, let's say, and I want them to block and wake up, right? This is helpful for that. So after they get knocked down, they're gonna block right away. But you gotta make. This is only gonna test things out if your setup afterwards is gonna hit is gonna be a meaty hit. Hey, we're using that word again, meaty. It's coming into play. So if your move isn't meaty, like if you mistime it just by a little bit, then your opponent isn't gonna block it on wake up. They're just gonna get hit. So I don't like to use it a whole lot because there are setups that it's not important to hit exactly on meaty, you know, like if you hit maybe just a few frames after they get up, that's okay. They're still jailed in there for a lot of different setups. Like for instance, if you're playing Testament and you have some space between you and your opponent, you throw Grave Reaper and it's hitting them, hits a little bit later like after they get up, that's okay. They still have to like block it, right? I have some good examples in Guilty Gear Xrd, but not the same game. Now guard only after first hit. Why would you ever use that? Guard only after only the first hit. I guess if you're testing out frame traps, maybe. Or testing out meaties. Not meaties, testing out fuzzies. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, I got it. I think, yeah, this would make sense if you're testing out meaties. Oh, sorry, I said that again. Testing out fuzzies. But only after the first hit. So this is not... I don't know, I feel like this is... Not the best thing here. Alright. So they're blocking that. Okay, no, not really. It'd have to be guard only first hit, but block switching disabled? No. It's blocks. Guard only. So this is a hyper specific situation. Guard only first hit, switch on the second. No, not even? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. This is probably... Okay, here it is. So I guess if you want to test meaties, it's going to be this. Stand block, all guard, switch on second. So they're going to down back block after the first hit. Yeah, that's how you test a meaty out, sorry, not a meaty. That's how you test out a fuzzy. But I don't like doing that. When I'm testing out a fuzzy, I just play the action on myself, and then, so I recorded it, I'm going to play it back on myself, and just down back block, just after the second, so after that JH. And that is good enough for me to, that tells me for sure that it's a fuzzy, because I'm testing it out on myself, I'm not testing out on these block settings that I don't have a clear understanding about. So again, another reason why record and playback functions are like the best, the GOAT. I recommend them. But yeah. Anything else you guys want me to go over? Let me know. I do have a lot of experience navigating through training room functions. And I think a lot of these things can be transferred over to other games too. So I know I play a little bit of Granblue vs Rising, And a lot of these functions, actually, they're a lot. They might be even better in Granblue versus Rising. Yo, Gorange, how's it going? What's up? Hope you're doing well. How's it going, man? Whew. All right. Does anyone want to play a little bit? We can do a couple matches here. All right, let's go. Okay, I'll open up the game queue. Play Ram Lethal. I used to play Ram in Strive. I only play Testament at the moment. Okay, let me open up the game queue. It could be better, but I appreciate you asking. I have a job interview coming up tomorrow morning. Good luck. Good buddy. Make sure you get lots of sleep. And remember, think before you talk in an interview, you know? That's a piece of information that Flowers of Salt gave me before my pharmacy interview, and I think it helped. I mean, I'm in pharmacy. I've been in pharmacy for the last 15 years, so. Alright, go for, the game queue is open now, Kirime. If you want to play. Yo, Nasty, I actually played Ramlethal and Guilty Gear Xrd. That was like my main character. I would say I was, probably, top Ramlethal in Canada. I was probably the only Ramlethal in Canada. Alright, let's do this. Let's do a first to 2. There's plenty of there's plenty of matches on YouTube if you want to search me out. Type in Nagai Xrd, and then it's gonna be all Ram. Yo, Garanga says, are you ready to see Dizzy's portrait tomorrow? I am so ready. I'm very ready for that. Do you think a trailer is gonna drop? I'm sad that it's happening at 6 o'clock. I'm sad that it's happening at 6 because I'm working tomorrow until 8. Are they doing like a kit showcase and stuff tomorrow too? I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. I think the for sure thing is that they're gonna show the trailer. No, sorry, not the trailer. Excuse me. The portrait. It's starting on 8 p.m. PST. Is that real? Yo, chat, is that real? I thought it was hold up, give me a sec here. Chat, is that real? Hold up, let me just double check that. I was looking at the YouTube thingamabob. Where's my game? I have too many screens up here. Where are you? Where's Guilty Gear Strive? There it is. Chat room is 8 p.m. PST real. You know, I thought about having like a mix-up video, you know, called Yo Chat, is this real? I mean, I've already had the title Will It Mix, but I think Chat, is it real resonates more with the newer generation, don't you think? Okay, here we go. So if we look at the ArcSys website, check live. I guess it's this one, right? So it says here September 25th, 18 hours. So 6:30 p.m. PST. It says, I'm really hoping I'm wrong though. I want to be really wrong about this so I can like watch this live. That guy new stream segment. Chat, is this real? That's what I'm talking about. Is this Skibbity real? We get survey results, which is neat. Yeah, hold up. Business day 1. Alright, zoom in on this. Yeah, oopsies. What is going on? Yeah, I see some names that I know. Yeah, September 25th, 6:30 p.m. And I'm PST time, so unless that time is in, yeah, well, I don't know, Japan time. I'm pretty sure tomorrow at 6:30. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll see you guys tomorrow. With the trailer, I guess. Live. If the trailer drops tomorrow, you'll still see me. Stream starts at 6 or 7. Alright, so we have Fever in the queue right now, right? Is that right? We'll just play a few. I won't advertise it a whole lot, but because I do want to switch over to Guilty Gear AC. But yeah, actually, I think Kirime also wanted to play, or someone else did. Yeah, Kirime, if you feel free to join the queue, and then we'll do. I guess we'll do a first to 3. We'll do a couple. There you go. Who's this? Is Kirime there? All right, so. Let Kirime go first. Okay, you got it. Yeah, Kirime actually. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do a first to 3, and then after it's going to be Fever. All right, I'm gonna lock in here. It's been a while since I played. I've been making too many videos. All right, let me lock in. Got to give Kirime my full attention. I just realized I have no sound. It's okay, we'll fix that. Maybe this will be better for me. Oh, nice dodge. Oh shit. Nice. Oof! Lucky me. I'll fix the sound after. Oh boy, big hit. That's okay, actually. You know, I'm gonna die. Just get killed there, just so that my opponent doesn't get burst from the wall break. Okay, there we go. Shit. I could have killed her, actually. Okay, it's all good. Okay, let me fix the sound. Turn up a little bit. A little more. Alright, if it's too loud, let me know. Nice, okay. A little too backdash happy there. Nice. Well, that was a good air throw. That was a really good one. Should let that play out a little more. Oh! Okay, nice. Oh! What a read. That was good. That was really good. That was really good. Don't mind that. Kill here. All right, let's go. Okay. Woo. I'm trying to be more focused on my matches and talk less. I feel like maybe I talk too much. Oh boy. Okay. Nice. Oh. Oh! I gotta remember, every time a Fafnir happens like that, I want to grab it, but I can't. It like perfectly spaces Soul, which is actually a pretty neat thing. It always crushes me. For a moment, I forgot the input for this. Round start dust. Yeah. Well, there's a couple things I've been noticing from Kirime. One of them was the run up and down back block. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, here we go. Yo, Sophie, what's up? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Yours, I feel feel the same about Fafnir every time I backdash. Yeah, me too. That's just it's a horrible habit of mine. Alright, Kirime. GG's, my friend. What was that 5D? The 5D, I just saw it in a video a little while ago. Where KZK would always, and it's a very smart option, micro dash forward and just down back block. But then someone just called it out with like a round start charge 5D. And I'm like, there's no way that would work. I did it this time, it worked, but it doesn't work all the time. But someone did it to me. Like, I would consistently round start dash block, dash forward and down back block, because it's a pretty safe thing to do. But then I was just so, you know, dash down back blocked, pilled, you know, that I just did it all the time that I forgot that, you know, to like look up for stuff. So I just got hit by the charge 5D. I just wanted to test it out to see if it worked on you, Kirime. It worked once, but I'm pretty sure it will never work again. But GG's, my friend, GG's. That was the thought process of that, by the way. I was so confused. Yeah, if you notice anyone just consistently dash blocking at round start, I'd say just test it out. Just test it out. I also thought I blocked it. KLO Megalol did it to me in Xrd. All right, actually, it says here up next here, maybe we're just switching it around. It's now Fever. Funny Halloween. That's right, Halloween's coming up. There we go. Trick or treat. Hope you like my costume. I'm Alice in Wonderland. All right. Oh boy. Nice block. What? No. Oh, how dare you. Oh my god. That's so I was thinking you backdash. So that's why I did a really deep dash.
These hands.
Yo, Eiler Me, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome. Yo, Oskare-sama deshita. In Japanese, that means good shit. After a long day of work or school. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name's Nagai, your Guilty Gear OG son, your Guilty Gear old man. Today we'll be playing a little bit of Testament. But we'll also be doing a little bit of the Dizzy Waiting Room stream, which is basically hold up. Give me a sec. I'll be playing the old Guilty Gear a little bit to show you what Dizzy was like before. And I think I'm gonna die. That's okay. Am I dead? I'm not dead. Oh god. Yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of Guilty Gear AC and AC+R. I guess AC+R. I just want to show you guys what Dizzy was like back in the day. We'll do a little bit of Dizzy evolution from Reload to AC to AC+R. I don't have Guilty Gear Slash, unfortunately, so we'll just check out her in those games. I'll tell you guys a little bit of the history of the character leading up to the character's release very soon. Hopefully early October, but I want to show you, I want to get you guys up to speed of what Dizzy's all about. But welcome, thank you so much. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out here. I'm just gonna Kirime or Fever, if you don't mind, just letting the things play out. Give shout out to Eiler Me. But yeah, welcome. Thank you so much. And Nasty, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it, my friend. But yeah, welcome. And Otsukare-sama deshita. Alright. Fever's a tough cookie. Why do you think I had an action after that? Woo! Oh, nice one. There we go. But welcome to the stream. Raiders, if you got any questions about the training mode, the lab, let me know. We went through the lab and some functions of it just earlier today. Oh, got scratch my nose. Oh, I think that was too slow. Let me teleport. Oh, oh no, I messed up my OS. I messed it up real bad. I'm just gonna go on. Woo! Yo, man. Snuck that one in. Let me go ahead and also follow Me. Once again, thank you so much for the raid. There you go. Dash block. Oh, we're out. Alright, here we go. Woo! Me? It's a friend of yours? Oh, okay. Oh, I should have. I was thinking about with punishing. But I messed it up. Nice 2D.
These hands.
Yo, Jano! How's it going, man? Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome to Safe Jump City. As us salarymen like to say, Otsukare-sama deshita. We say that after a long day of work. How's your stream, my friend? Or rather, as us Hakone bros, we say, you know, Otsukare-sama deshita. How's it going? After a long day of work and into the hot springs, the onsens of Hakone. That's what we say. Otsukare-sama. You excited for Dizzy? I'm getting my butt kicked by my buddy Fever right now. And yeah, for those who are joining me from Jano's stream, my name's Nagai. You're Guilty Gear Old Man. You're Guilty Gear OG-san. The OG and OG-san is for old man, the old geezer. And we're here to play some Strive, and then we're going to be doing a little bit of Dizzy history. Gonna show you guys what Dizzy's like and the older Guilty Gears, and we're gonna lead up into when Dizzy comes out in Strive. And when she comes out in Strive, you know, you better bet that I'll be playing that character all the time. Let me go ahead and show you or shout you out, my friend. Nick, I've never heard of him. Well, if you've never heard of him, it's this dude named Nagai, I guess. I don't know what. He's been around in Twitch, I guess it was. All right, I'm just gonna shout out fishing or for Jano here. 1 second. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just a nobody, you know, little nobody who plays a little bit of Dizzy. Played the character a little bit back in the day, you know.
I'm gonna getcha. Oh, just kidding.
You know, I made top 8 one time with the character. Maybe, I don't know. You can fact check me at Evo. All that sounds completely fake, but I assure you, it did happen. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to spend. I need to spend all my monies on that. Woo, let's go. I thought I know you. Wanderers, what's up? Yo, RC, hope you're doing well. What's up? I don't think I'm that known, actually. If I'm being honest, like I'm never not that it matters, but actually it actually works in my favor. I'm never seeded. Like I don't think I join enough tournaments to be like seeded at all. Oh, nice. But I never am. And I always get put into like these death brackets, but it is what it is. Oh, my bad. Nice deep 2D. Yeah, you're right. Where is Abba? Oh, nice low profile. We're playing the Halloween right now. Trick or treat. We got. I'm using Testament's alternate Alice in Wonderland skin, and Fever's got the Trick or Treat skin. Let's just go. Oh! The super deep dash. You just noticed number 49? I just haven't played ranked in a long time. As soon as I hit 69, I'm just like, I'm done. I'm done for now. And then I guess everybody else just stopped playing Testament, so now I'm number 49. Exactly, past nice. I was nice. Now, yeah, I just happened to get more points, I guess, or more ranks. People just stopped playing this character. Oh my gosh, I missed my bird. Or maybe I meant to do that. Maybe I meant to do that. Keep the corner. Gaming. Let's go. All right, we can. Let's go in with one of these. Woo! I'm using my OS. Oh shit. Right in there. Oh no. Okay, so I just tried to do deflect shield twice. I'm not dead yet though. Shit. Oh, you know what? We saved our meter. Let's go for whiff punish. There it is. No! I messed up my wild assault. Okay, do it again. I should have just birded, but it's all good. That's a good trade for me. Shit. We're just getting rid of the projectiles. Oh boy. Shit. That's okay. That's not okay. Oh, what am I doing? I got a little too excited there. Shit. Nice, nice, nice. I think I definitely could have killed if I just canceled that into another Arbiter sign there. Oh, it's 3-2? Shit. Man, I should just turn off my brain and cancel the Arbiter sign right away just for the kill. But, or just don't even RC and go for the 5P JHJD. That was insane. GG's, GG's. Good shit, good shit. Yeah, it was... You know what? I should have just VRC'd into another Arbiter. I'm so stupid, but whatever. It's all good. It's all good. It's all for fun, you know? But that was good. Yeah, I think the neutral in the last game, the last round, was like pretty intense. Us like neutralizing our projectiles. That was cool. It was almost like a anime music video. It's all... Yeah, pretty good. You know, Fever is a really good Jacko, so don't feel too bad about that at all. It's really intense. I was making so many mistakes in the last round. I had so much meter I was just sitting on. But yeah. Anyway, welcome once again for those visiting from Jano. If you're still here, welcome. I am going to... Why don't I take a quick break, and once we come back, we will we'll do a little bit of a Dizzy history. Show you guys what the character is about. By the way, tomorrow they're going to reveal Dizzy's portrait. They're going to reveal Dizzy's portrait on like the Arc System Works stream happening tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Excuse me, PST. So that's September the 25th. Yeah, 25th, 6:30 PST. I think the stream starts at 6:30 PST, but like that's when it becomes active. But they're gonna do the reveal and all that at 7 p.m. PST. So stay tuned for that. Unfortunately, I will be at work, so I won't be able to broadcast that live. But it is what it is. We'll just do a reaction afterwards. But yeah, if you guys want to just see a little bit of history of Dizzy, I will show a little bit of that after my break. We're going to be doing a little bit of Guilty Gear Reload Dizzy. I'll show you guys that real quick. We're going to skip over to AC+R, which has the AC version. So I want to just talk to you guys about how the character plays in those versions, and maybe give you my idea of how the character will play in Strive before we see any trailers and that sort of thing. And you know what? Little short spoiler alert. I think the character is going to play more like Guilty Gear Reload than the other Guilty Gears. We might see the Reload version of her, We might see the Slash version of her, or we might see something kind of like the Rev 1 version of her, which was actually worse than the Reload version, believe it or not. Alright, so we'll go over that in just a jiffy. I'm going to take a quick break. I don't run ads, so we're just going to see my other screen here. You know, I don't run ads, but I'll run my own ad here. Yo, have you guys seen the Dizzy Goon Cave? Yo, feel free to check it out if you like. It's in the pinned messages. It's quite the sight to behold. Not my room, but someone else's room. I'm mixed between proud and not so proud of this person's room. You know. Anyway, check it out. I react to it. I guess I react to it. I talk about it. If you want to check that out during the break, go for it. But I'm just gonna take a quick 5, get some water to drink, and yeah. Anyway, I will BRB. Whoa, yeah, Wander Rave saying grappler. Dizzy gonna be a grappler? Wait and see. Yo, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
These hands.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yo, before I take my break, welcome to the stream. Everyone coming from Dank X Nen. Welcome. I was about to take a break, a quick washroom break, but you know, I can't take a break just yet. Let me go ahead and shout you out. And as we say in Japan, I'm not Japanese, but as we say in Japan, a salaryman, Otsukare-sama deshita. Good shit after a long day of work. You know, crack open the cold one for Dank X Nen. Let me go ahead and raid you. Not raid you, shout you out. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Hope you're doing well. What's up? Break denied. Yo, Xnog XY. How's it going? These hands is Octopath Traveler 2 reference. It is. You know, I listened real carefully on that voice line because I had to extract it to put it on my stream. But she says with these hands, but the with is so muffled that you just don't hear it. But you can hear it if you just if you have the sound bit with these hands. But it just sounds like she's like these hands. Yeah. I don't know why it's saying that you're. Oh, let me go ahead and make sure. That's funny. Why is it? Why is my stream is not showing your messages? I think it is. Yeah, I always thought it was these hands. That's what I thought too. No, it's with these hands. Dank Accent says, big chillin', hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well, my friend. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well too. Hope you guys are excited about Dizzy coming out. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. That knowledge alone deserves appreciate it. Yeah. I only know that because I basically data mined it. Oh shit. Do we have one more player in the queue? You know what? Why don't we play one game and then we'll take a break? I didn't realize you're in the queue there, Self, but I was just gonna take my break. But nope, you know what? Might as well just play it out. Let's play it out. If you want to take a break. No. I'll take a break. I'll take a break after. Just because I really want to just go right into the old Dizzy stuff before I switch over from Strive. Does that make sense? Did that string of words make sense? I think you guys know what I mean. Let's just complete the Strive part and then I can like fully focus on the Dizzy. Sorry, I should have disabled that. But I do want to honor the game. And you know what? With this raid, yeah, let's just do it. I will turn off my game queue for now. We are playing on West Coast 42. And after this first to 3, we're going to be doing a history of Dizzy. Kind of like a Maximilian Dizzy Legacy segment where I talk about old Dizzy. And we're going to show sort of the evolution of the character. And hopefully go through a lot of that information before we see a trailer. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Selfie, I believe you play Testament. Alright, let us see the fruits of your labor. Actually, I don't... Why does that sound funny? Fruits of your labor. You know what I mean. When I think of labor now, it's like childbirth. And the fruits of it is... Anyway. How's it going? Let's do this. Okay. I'm gonna lock in here. I'm the one on the right. We've been playing quite a bit of Testament since the patch. Having a lot of fun with this character. Okay, let's do... Oh, let's just do Arbiter Sign. Arbiter Sign lets us do a Incineroar.jhjd mix-up. Yeah, the backdash actually does mess you up. Does mess me up. Oh, I messed that up. I should have made sure I killed. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna try Whiff Punish here. No, nothing to Whiff Punish. Good burst. Alright, here we go. Nice 6p. Uh-oh. Good. Oh, the 6p tech. Oh, weird. I think my game rolled back and I just got gaslit to thinking I won that at the end there. Okay, no worries. Okay, let's dash block this time. Okay, get the projectile advantage there. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get the wall break. And Calamity 1 because we get a nice JHJD. I think I caught the air dash there. I really shouldn't have done that. I was really banking on that. I like to gamble. It's in my blood as someone of Vietnamese descent. Macro waves? Okay, nice. Okay, what kind of setup do we have after this? Okay. That's not gonna kill actually. Okay, I'm good with that. Oof, I think the 2k traded with my Far Slash. 6p round start. Oof. Uh-oh. Going in. Okay. You know what? I probably should have done... Oh shit, not that Arbiter Sign. I should have done the Calamity 1. Oh, that was a good burst. That was a good burst. Because that burst put me in the corner. When I get Midnight Snack, I gotta get some fuel after a set. We do burn a lot of calories, I think, with how intense it is. Our matches. The Halloween matches. That's okay, just get some that Halloween candy. You're set. the mix. 6P round start. Oh shit, nice. Again, I probably should have done Arbiter Sign, or no, Calamity 1, but I got fine. Oh, this burst though. I don't know if I should do this. Okay, okay, that worked. So with 100% meter, doing Arbiter Sign RC into Incineroar-JH in that situation would give me a JH-JD situation that is gapless, which is why I did that. But I probably would have had better use of meter. A better way to use meter is probably just straight up go for Calamity 1 instead of the Twin Super. But yeah, GG's Selfie. GG's. Always a pleasure. But I'm gonna take a... Yeah, it's always tricky to fight against another Testament. I always have trouble dealing with the Testament teleports, and now I can see why it's sort of real. Like, I feel like if you're not aware of the teleport, like, it's really difficult to deal with. So thank you for showing me that and making me more aware of that, because now I'm probably gonna do it more. And I think you showed me the way. You know the way. You showed it to me. Alright, let me go ahead and ban some of these bots. But yeah, with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Again, I don't run ads, but you know, the one ad I will run is my own. Please check out my YouTube video where this old man reviews the Dizzy Goon Cave. So the link is in the pinned messages. Go ahead and check it out. If you want, you can like, subscribe, and comment and all that. You don't have to. I am not your dad. But yeah, I'd appreciate it if you could. With that said, I will take a quick break. And once we are done our break, we're going to go over how Dizzy was in the older game. The previous streams, I showed you Reload Dizzy. And then I showed you the Isuka Dizzy, which is pretty much the Reload Dizzy. But today we're going to show you the AC and AC+R Dizzy. And maybe do a quick rundown of the Reload Dizzy, talk a little bit of the Slash Dizzy, and do a little bit of a Legacy / Evolution of Dizzy type of segment. So we'll go ahead and do that. And with that said, I will see you guys in a bit. All right, BRB. All right, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, me, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, what's up? I got myself some water. Hope you're all doing well. Shinra Kuragane. How's it going? Thanks for that, Gurange. Hope you're doing well. Your posture check? I did. You know, I got some stretching done. Well, I didn't really do stretching. I stretched my legs out a little bit. You guys do that too? Also, if you guys need to sleep, please go to bed. It's currently 12:44 a.m. where I'm at, and I bet it's either that time or later where you are, unless you're in Hawaii. But yeah, I'm just gonna make sure my chill music is on. I'll talk as smoothly as possible, although I'll stutter a whole bunch. So keep me on the background as I talk about, you know, some old memories. We're gonna walk down memory lane. 20 years ago, about when Guilty Gear Reload came out, and I played a character named Dizzy. So I'm gonna show you guys what she was like way back when, and kind of give you my thoughts on what she might be like in this game, in Guilty Gear Strive. I'll keep the game category to Guilty Gear Strive because I'll be referring to Guilty Gear Strive probably quite a bit. And with Dizzy coming out around the corner, it's basically a Guilty Gear Strive. She's basically a Guilty Gear Strive character. But yeah, if you all don't know, she's coming out in about a month, sometime in October. We don't know whether it's early or late October. We'll probably find out more information tomorrow. But what we know is that a character portrait reveal is going to happen tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. I'll probably be covering that tomorrow. And if we have a trailer or any other cool piece of information, we will review that tomorrow as well. Will you upload the VOD, guy? Yeah, sure. I have an editor. Someone, or rather, Crispy has been helping me with VOD edits, so maybe I will ask Crispy to edit this particular segment and upload it online. So yeah, otherwise you can always check it out on YouTube. I always have the VODs on YouTube, so you can check that out too if you like. Yeah, it is pretty late, so please don't stay up for this. It's just gonna be me talking, but you're free to hang out, and it's probably not gonna be as interesting as like match footage and all that, but I'll have some match footage, but it's not going to be as interesting as actual matches. It's totally normal time here. Hell yeah. Luckily, my interview doesn't happen until 11 a.m., so I'm just chilling. Okay, let me entertain you or put you to sleep, you know? Let my old man story time telling put you to sleep so that you get some deep sleep before your interview tomorrow, and you're just going to nail it. Good luck, by the way. But yeah, my story... And I mentioned this earlier last stream, but I'll be very brief on the total beginnings of my journey with Guilty Gear and also Dizzy. But I started off with this game here, this little game called Guilty Gear XX. This is the Midnight Carnival Sega Naomi version. I actually have the PS2 version somewhere around, but I own the arcade version. I first played it on PS2 though. This was about 20 years ago. About 22 years ago. I was about 15 years old. So that was this game right here, Guilty Gear Midnight Carnival. Found it at an EB Games. I saw a bunch of people on a forum, a messaging board. Oh my goddess messaging board. I was really into the anime. And they were talking about Guilty Gear and how cool it was and how it's an awesome fighting game. And I was fresh off watching Evil Moment 37. And I'm like, man, I want to be that guy too. I want to be that cool guy who parries a bunch of moves and does a cool thing and gets a crowd all riled up. That'd be cool to be that person. So my first competitive fighting game was Guilty Gear XX. And I played it rather casually on Midnight Carnival. But where it really picked up was when Guilty Gear Reload came out. I have the arcade version of this. And of course you guys can see my arcade machines are in the background. This is not a green screen. It's actually legit arcade machines. And I mean, I had this on PC, but down the road, I actually bought the arcade version because I love Guilty Gear so much. And this is where I played a whole bunch of Dizzy. I can talk about this character in this, in regards to this game. And I think Dizzy coming out in Guilty Gear Strive next month, or a few weeks from now, hopefully, is going to be probably similar to Guilty Gear Reload Dizzy. Because she becomes a... Okay, maybe Guilty Gear Reload and maybe a little bit of Guilty Gear Slash. But she gets a little wacky woohoo Pizza Man in Guilty Gear AC and also Guilty Gear AC+R. But let me first show you what she's like in Guilty Gear Reload. Alright, so let me boot that up. I actually have it on my PC. Now, sadly, I don't have a version of Guilty Gear Slash that I can show. So I'll just talk about it a little bit before we move on to Guilty Gear AC. Alright, let's boot it up here. And I'll make sure that sound isn't too loud. I was reviewing my VOD for my last stream, and Reload was so loud. So just so that we don't blast your eardrums, I'll just make sure BGM is turned off. No, we can do that in game actually. Let's do that. So I'll turn it on right now. I gotta change my controller settings. There you go. Alright, so introducing Guilty Gear Reload. It's gonna be a little loud for you right now, but I'll just, you know, let me go ahead and toggle the volume on my digital mixer here. There you go. Alright, so this is back in the day. We were back in 2005, 2004 even. I think 2003 is when this game first came out. So let's go ahead and turn down the volume. Background, voice, just down a little bit. Let me know if it's still too loud, because I know people like to put on this stream as they go to bed, and I don't want the loud sounds of Reload to give you a rude awakening. Alright, so this is what it looked like before, what I remembered. So we'll just make sure we select Dizzy. Oh, look at this character is so good. I love it. Old, late 90s, early 2000s. Oh, actually, I like these colors, but they're not my favorite. I will select the character colors I like. I think the dust color is my favorite, and also the regular color. No, what? Hold up. I think it's the punch color. And then the start color? No. Punch. And let's try... Oh, whatever. I think... Okay, it's not really... I don't know how this is bound, but sure, we'll have it like this. So, Dizzy... in this game... I mean... Okay, let me first say that most people know Dizzy in the XX series as the AC+R Dizzy, which people have said, you know, she's basically a war crime in that game where she keeps you in the corner with fish projectiles and does mix-ups over mix-ups over mix-ups and can loop mix-ups over and over and over again. Kind of like Milia, but with the fish projectile, a lot more, you know, a lot harder to deal with, because fish in this game absorbs a hit. So, what can she do in this game? And what are her limitations? So in this game, like, she's got... I guess she's got her staple moves. As you guys know, she has an ice spike, Corsica Fort Heavy. She's got this axe attack that spirals up. It's like a scythe axe, Corsica Forward S. DP motion backwards, so back down back. The slash summons this spear, or this knife as people call it. Now it comes up as an anti-air and it releases right away. And in future games, you're gonna see that you can actually hold this spear. So like the orb will rise up, and you can hold the orb in the air and and hold it with a slash button and let it go. To release it like they call that negative edge. So basically, you have control over when that spear launches in the newer games, but not this game. So I'm specifically talking about Guilty Gear Reload Dizzy, as you guys can see here, but we'll talk about the next iteration of the character in just a bit. So what else does she have? She has Corso Go Back any button except Dust, and this is gonna summon a fish, and depending on what button you push with that command, you're gonna get a different type of fish formation. So Punch Fish is 3 bites in Guilty Gear Reload. Corso Go Back Kick is 2 bites, and they have a slightly more delay than the punch one. And then Corso Go Back Slash shoots a laser, but the laser angles upwards, or well, rather doesn't angle upwards. It moves upwards, but it's still angled the same. And the Corso Go Back Heavy Fish is a lower shooting fish. So again, slash, and then heavy. So the fish that we mostly see in Okazemi in this game, or your meaty attack, is going to be your heavy fish, where you're going to do a knockdown of some sort, and then you do a heavy fish. It doesn't hit on meaty, but it's like your it's your secondary hit. So generally speaking, you see pressure go like this, heavy fish, and then you run up, and then you do like 2k, and then the fish hits, and then you do stagger pressure after that. You know, you don't get a whole lot of mix-up opportunities. Like, you don't get a lot of her trademark AC+R mix-ups, or at least you don't get very many opportunities for it, which is like the high-lows. In this character, in this version of the character, she plays a lot like a grappler, actually. So you would do a combo in the corner, for instance, knock her down, do this, and then maybe go in for a grab. Or you can fake out. Instead of doing a heavy fish, this is pretty popular too back in the day, you do the fish that looks like it's going to be a heavy fish, right? And then you go in for a grab, except I messed it up. So let me show that again. I used to do this a lot. Something like that, right? So you can play this like strike throw game. And additionally, Dizzy's throw range in this game is like one of the longest, if not the longest, in the game. So what does that mean for her in this framework of a game, in this game's framework? That's actually really cheap. Having the longest throw range is like super good for a character because, and this is very important, this game does not have throw teching. You cannot tech a throw. If your opponent initiates the throw, you know, and it's going to activate, you cannot tech it. You can't counter throw. You can't break the throw. The only throw protection you have is the game's natural, recovery throw invincibility. So after a knockdown, you have about 5 frames of throw recovery. Or after a block, you have like 4 or 5 frames of throw recovery. But if Dizzy just sits outside that range of your throw range and sits on her throw range, then it doesn't, you know, it's hard to deal with basically. But why? Games in the back in the day, you just didn't have they just didn't implement it yet. It wasn't invented for Guilty Gear just yet. Guilty Gear XX was on PS2. Yeah, it was. Yeah. XX on PS2. Also, I think Reload came out on PS2. Guilty Gear X is on PS2 as well, but I don't think there was a North American version. Where do you pick do you pick colors based on a certain button? Yes, you do. Well, not button combination, but just the button you push. So punch, kick, slash, heavy slash, or dust will select your color. Fever says, I think that Strive Dizzy should have fish eat attacks again. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I think... I don't know if they're going to do that. They might give it the same kind of properties as Jacko's minions in Guilty Gear Strive. In this game, if you hit fish, it's a pretty big hit stop. But if you hit Jacko's minions, like, more often or not, like, let's say Jacko was in the same vicinity as her minions, and you 6p, right? And you're 6ping both of the characters, or the character and the projectile. Jacko takes priority. If I'm, unless I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but 6p will hit Jacko, not the projectile, right? Not the minion. In this game, your 6p will hit the projectile, like basically acts as super armor. So I feel like that kind of mechanic for Strive might be a little bit too egregious, or whatever that word is. It would be too strong for her. But anyway, I think that'd be too strong. But basically, yeah, this gives you protection off, like, for a lot of things here. The fish hits, the fish eats one hit of an attack. Now, yeah, so her mixed up game isn't that strong in this. She's more of an RPS. This is actually a pretty fair version of Dizzy, outside of her normal attacks, outside of like how she plays in neutral, and yeah, some of her normal attacks. Now, what am I talking about in terms of some of her normal attacks? This move right here, 2D. Did you see that? This move, her sweep is like reaches more than round start. That is so cheap. The best 2D in the game, right? So, like, even if you don't cancel it into anything, like, you do this, like, I guess you can try to whiff punish it, but it's still pretty, like, it's a very long sweep. And on hit, such good reward. Okay, you do this, and you can start some form of, like, projectile pressure, right? So really, really strong, yet basic version of the game. So very strong but basic version of the character. Given the character's like good hitboxes in neutral, and also the fact that she's got one of the longest throw ranges in the game, and the fact that there's no throw teching. You have to guess, or even not, you don't have to guess, but you can guess to try to get out of it. Does Ice Spike also auto tracks? Ice Spike doesn't auto track. It's got a set range, and there's only one Ice Spike length, and it's just this length right here, which hits around this a little bit farther than the 2D range. So that's this character. Other than that, what else is there? Oh, there's Bubble. Bubble's this move where you just set it up in neutral and it just floats and then dissipates. You can pop it, and it's got a pretty generous hitbox. And it's really good in neutral, actually. I'd say it's probably the safest thing to set out in neutral. I'm not saying that it's completely safe, but it's far more safe than setting out any of your other projectiles, like fish, spear, and there's Bubble. Bubble comes out right away, and then you can just pop it right away. Or you can set it and like you can still block if they're coming at you, right? So I think that's so cool. Now, there are is there anything else I want to say? Okay, she's got some super attacks too in this game. So let me show you guys that, and then we can move on to the next version. I need to give myself max tension. There you go. All right. So, she's probably gonna have 2 of her supers in Strive. I'm gonna say she's gonna have Imperial Ray, That one. This one's in both both in the XX series and also in Xrd. Then she's got her Gamma Ray. This is her 100% meter super. Forward, back, forward, half circle, forward, heavy. It's a 2-part super. It's kind of a meme super. You don't actually ever use this. Although, there are some ways to utilize it. Classic Guilty Gear XX Dizzy thing is you burst, you get full meter, set a fish, and then you do this. Now, that might seem kind of like silly. And it is. But there is a pretty good reason why it does have some uses. It does in that your projectiles still move during the super flash of her supers. So the game stops for a little bit between the two characters when you activate Imperial Ray or Gamma Ray, right? And during that stop, during that super stop, the super flash, your projectiles still move, right? So if I set a fish and I do Gamma Ray, during the slowdown, the fish still kind of moves. So if your opponent isn't already blocking, or if your opponent is locked into an action, the fish will hit your opponent, and then the full screen laser will hit them too. So you see that? A little slight, a little bit of a, you know, you can see the fish laser hitting before the Gamma Ray. Bam, and then the other lasers hit. So I've actually done that in like tournaments, and it's won me games actually. Full screen super. It hits. I get full screen. Rather gold burst. So and then it resets to full screen. I do an H fish and I do a Gamma Ray, and they're at chip range, and either they get hit by it or they have to block it, and I win basically. A lot of times an S fish would be good, because sometimes that, you know, they see a fish and then they're gonna jump, right? So this, if you're gonna chip your opponent to death, that would probably be a good way to do it. Now she's got one more super, and the command for it is kind of whack. I'll show you the command. This is it. Down forward, half circle forward, back forward, punch. It's super whack. It's so whack that in the future games, they actually changed the input. They changed it to this, half circle, back forward, punch. But if you're good, you do this super, you learn this command and you do the super. Yo, Karange, that's right, you'll slam dunk. Have you seen the slam dunk movie on Netflix? It's pretty good. So this is what it looks like. So if you're a true Dizzy Chad, you would do this with no problems back in the day. Alright. Now, that's Dizzy in this game. Alright. So, things to note. She doesn't have good mix-ups in this game. Or at least, they're really hard to access. What else? So her 2D is really good. Look at this range here. It's so good. We're definitely not seeing this in the new Guilty Gear Strive. She only has one length of an ice spike, and if you do it too close to the corner, it you just don't see it, which is not a thing that they'll fix in Guilty Gear AC+R, or quote unquote fix. You'll see it in Rev 2. Her ice spear releases right away. And that's about it, I guess. I might not be remembering a certain thing or two, but yeah, her mix-ups in the corner, fish mix-ups, are pretty fair. Right, they're pretty fair. You might actually just see this in Guilty Gear Strive. Like that's probably going to be her mix-up. 2K into a dust. With a fish covering her, I bet, you know. But that's about it. She's not too complicated in this version, you know. Very, very straightforward. Growing says, I definitely can see the super being in Strive, similar to Tesla's Arbiter sign. I think I want to see this super, the Necro super. This is a grab, by the way. So to avoid it, you have to up back. I want to see that super. So in Guilty Gear Xrd, they replaced this super, her reversal super, with the ice wall. It looks like she's one of them Amsterdam red light district ladies, and she's just knocking on the window, right? Bam, bam, and she's behind the ice wall. And it's a reversal. So this is her only reversal in this game. It's a grab. The other two supers are not reversals. They're just like really like, I'd say this is a panic super, or it gives you a knockdown if they're in the air. And this super is like is the replacement for her instant kill, which doesn't actually instant kill. It just does mediocre damage. It is a grab, yes. The Necro super. Okay. So that's Guilty Gear Reload. Now, I don't have any way to show you exactly what Guilty Gear Slash is. But I can... It's pretty similar to Guilty Gear Reload. But I wish I can just show it to you, but I don't have the game. I don't exactly have the game readily available to play right away. I do have the game on arcade, but probably not something I'd subject you guys to. You know, you guys don't want to see. I'm sure you guys don't want to see like shaky hand cam footage of me playing this game on one of my arcade machines on CRT. So it's not worth it. And I'll just tell you, this is a very forgettable version of the game. And I don't know if anybody likes this version, to be honest. But it was a short-lived version that happened. I want to say it got released September of 2005. So this is just as me getting into university. My first year university, but this was in Japan. We wouldn't see this version of Guilty Gear Slash until maybe January of 2006 when it got released on PlayStation. So we had to pirate it. You know, I mean, I didn't pirate it. We bought it, a PS2 version of it from Japan. And we played it very legitimately. Anyway, we played it a lot at my buddy Tea's house. This was like January of 2006, but it was a very short-lived version of the game because honestly, I'm very certain, you guys can fact check me, the next version of Guilty Gear, which is AC, literally came out 2006. Like we're talking the fall of 2006. So this version of the game, like, it's kind of wild to think about. This version of the game was only alive for one year. You know, they produced copies of this game, hard copies of this game, and sold it for just a year. And there wasn't very many changes. There wasn't a whole lot of changes. I think they added ABBA, and maybe they added Holy Order Soul. But like, I guess those are two big changes. But the game was only out for a year until they updated it again. Very wild. Given that like these games nowadays, these fighting games like release patches like every like 3 or 4 months, right? It's like it was like a season of Guilty Gear, but you know, like season of Guilty Gear Strive, but they released a new copy, a new CD of it that you had to buy or whatever. Flower Sauce says, NG players like that version. GG Slash was so booty. It was booty. Let me tell you what it was like with Dizzy. Just showing you Reload Dizzy. So imagine this was Slash. Imagine this was 2005, 2006. I was, you know, a young guy without this beard, without this balding head, hanging out with Flowers of Salt and Taya at the UBC arcade. We're playing Dizzy. Or were we? I actually changed characters. I played Venom because of how booty Dizzy was. So I wouldn't be surprised if this version of Dizzy was in Guilty Gear Strive. So first of all, what are the cool things I mentioned about Dizzy? Her throw range. Her throw range was the same. It's still pretty long. But in Guilty Gear Slash, they added throw tech, which is honestly a very healthy decision for the game overall. But it significantly nerfed Dizzy's one of Dizzy's like things that she does. Very cheap thing that she does, which is sitting outside your throw range and then just grabbing you, because her throw range was longer than yours, right? So they added throw tech. Very fair, I'll have to admit, and healthy for the game overall, but not good for Dizzy. So there's like issue number one. Indeed, I've looked it up. You're right. She also has 2 air dashes. Oh right, I forgot to mention that. Yeah. She can't fly, but she can like float around with 2 air dashes, and that's been a thing of all versions of Dizzy. I believe I haven't played Guilty Gear X though, so maybe I'm wrong. All right, so issue number 1, throw teching. Okay. Issue number 2, she has less defense. She's paper thin in Guilty Gear Slash. And additionally to that, a lot of characters had their damage buffed. So in this version, I think Soul does like 25% of your health from like 1 Volcanic Viper, 1 DP. Same with Kai. So that was hard to deal with. Having less health and characters doing more damage, not good for your character, obviously. Defensive wise, in addition, her fish did not absorb a hit, or it was less likely to absorb a hit from her reload version, right? So she didn't really get as much super armor, the one-hit super armor that she did in reload. So she got significantly nerfed there. Now, here's a big one. 2D could not be special canceled in Slash. So in Guilty Gear Midnight Carnival and also in Guilty Gear Reload, you would do 2D into like Ice Spike, right? You could not do that in Guilty Gear Slash. This is the end of your block string, or your hit, or your combo. If you so choose to do 2D as the ender. Now, to balance that out, they actually had 2D jump cancelable. So kind of wild to say from Strive, and of course this is not going to be in Strive. She can jump cancel her 2D. You can't do it right now. I'm trying to jump cancel it. No. But you could in the older game. Or, sorry, in Slash. Now, you actually had access to like 2D into Ice Spike, but you had to kind of glitch the game. Because you can jump cancel your 2D, you had to jump cancel what is it? You could do 2D into Ice Spike, but you have to TK it, you know? You have to tap up after your Ice Spike to jump install, and then you can do core circle forward slash to do an Ice Spike, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why they did that. They just basically, like, you still had access to a 2D Ice Spike, but it was gate kept by skill. You have to be really good, which, I mean, obviously, I guess I wasn't back in the day. But it was kind of annoying, right? It was really annoying to deal with, because if you messed up the Ice Spike, after like your TK Ice Spike to cancel your 2D, to jump cancel your 2D into an Ice Spike, if you mess it up, all you're gonna get is a 2D into a jump, which is not really good on hit and not really good on block. Actually, not bad on block, but not really good on hit. You're like you accidentally sacrifice your win condition because you didn't have good execution, right? And it wasn't the easiest thing to do. It wasn't the easiest thing to do. Not very intuitive, anyway. You had to have someone tell you that, first of all. All right, so we talked about how egregious this 2D range was, right? It's actually unfair how good this 2D is, but they reduced the range of it as well. So in Slash, you didn't have this nice 2D. So not only did they like clip its wings in terms of its ability to just cancel into a move naturally, you couldn't reach with it. When you see absorb a hit, is it like Abba's Danzai 2D not special cancel? Yeah, outrageous. Absorb a hit, yeah, kind of like Danzai, I'd say. Yeah, just but only one hit instead of like multiple hits. So fish will do that. It'll soak a hit and then yeah, good for Dizzy. Kind of like think of it like Hammerfall. It's like Hammerfall. And I think if you play Blaze Blue, it's kind of like Izunami's Ribcage, I believe. Except it absorbs just one hit. So anyway, that's Guilty Gear Slash. You know, not a version I think of fondly. The only thing I think fondly of is the time and the people that I met playing it, and the fun times I had with those said people. So, you know, this is where I met well, actually I met Taya and Flowers of Salt playing Reload and Isuka, but the majority of my first and second year university was playing Slash with them, like Friday nights and Saturday mornings basically. So I have fond memories of playing it, but we don't really need to revisit it. So I actually, like, she was so booty in this game that I couldn't handle it. I'm like, I gotta play a different character. So I switched over to playing Venom, and I sucked with Venom. I'm not very good at that character. I was just so inspired by En Otoko, and I wanted to be cool like En Otoko, but I never got to that point. So, in the fall of 2006, that's when Guilty Gear AC came out. And Guilty Gear AC would be the version where I just like try-harded, did super well at. This is like my game back in 2006 to 2011. So I played this game for a long time during university. It was like my go-to after like an exam. It was my, yeah, if I didn't do good in an exam, I would go over to my buddy's house and we just play Guilty Gear AC. It was like, yeah, had a lot of good times playing it. So I actually own the arcade copy of it. It's plugged into one of my machines right now because of how much I love the game. But I actually don't have a copy, like there's no PC version of it. So the way I'm going to show you guys Guilty Gear AC Dizzy is through Guilty Gear AC+R. So let's boot that up real quick. And I'll stroll you. We'll walk through memory lane hand by hand. So this is Guilty Gear AC+R. Let's turn on the sound just a little bit. It is Guilty Gear. All right, this is gonna be a way easier to show. So what I'm gonna do, yeah. So how we're gonna show Guilty Gear AC is by just going to training mode, or sorry, options, and then we're gonna go to version AC. This is a very interesting version of Dizzy, and this is where she gets kind of wild, and where she starts becoming kind of a war crime, so to speak. She's not so much of a war crime in this version. She's actually kind of balanced, believe it or not. But in Guilty Gear AC, I mean, she's a little scary still. There we go. Look at that. That's actually some pretty good colors. So I'm gonna go ahead and change my buttons here. All right, thanks Grungy for letting me for reminding me to drink here. All right, so we want to record enemy, and have the playback button set. Okay. All right, so let's drink some water, clear my throat. My Emery. This version of Dizzy, Guilty Gear AC, honestly, this is where I had the most memories. Hung out with my favorite Guilty Gear people. And this is probably the peak of my ability in terms of reaction time, game sense, and just overall skill level. This is my peak, basically. I'd say this is where I peaked. And this is when I lived in a big city, going to university. Every at least every weekend, I would have access to the best players in not even our region, in almost the country. I'd say in Western Canada, this is where I was most exposed to, I guess, the strongest players. And this is where my theory of, how to get good 101, right? Unfortunately, I'm at least in games where it's played mostly offline. You have to be kind of lucky of where you are. If you live in an area that has a high concentration of like strong players, and you surround yourself with said strong players who are not just strong, but motivated to do better and be the best. If you're always surrounded by people who want to be the best, that's gonna kind of rub off on you. Especially, and like if you want to be the best too, you're gonna constantly try to formulate strategies of beating the other person, right? So we had the best Guilty Gear players in Western Canada, if not the entire country, in like Vancouver, where I went to school, went to university, and I was constantly surrounded by these players, and I just got a lot stronger that way. It just happens. If you are motivated and people around you are motivated, like-minded people, you're gonna get strong. It's like when you always hear about like these secret discords or underground Hollywood strive and all the just Umisho is only playing against the best players or whatever. Well, it kind of is true. If you surround yourself with the best players all the time, yeah, and you're always grinding with the best players, you're gonna get strong. Like, And I don't blame those players, like the players who are at the top right now for Guilty Gear Strive, to just want to always stick with the strong players, because that's how you get strong. You gotta surround yourself with like-minded people. That was me in Guilty Gear AC. I was playing against Taya, who was like the best melee in the country. I was playing Ray, who was like from Taiwan, and he was just crazy strong. We called him God Hands Ray. And it got to a point where people from Northwest America and the other provinces of Canada coming to us to play us, right? So that was Guilty Gear AC. And I represented at that time Dizzy. And there was a lot of strong players. And I worked really hard to just keep up with these said strong players. Anyway, that's just a little bit of Nagai doxing. Peak Ray was the best North America for sure. Peak Ray was so good, really strong. I have a fondness of this game. I really, really enjoyed this. And like, even when Guilty Gear AC+R came out, Ray kind of came back and we played a whole bunch and helped me get strong again. Once again, I just surrounded myself with just this one person who wanted to be really good and they're motivated. It helps. Surround yourself with good people, if you want to get strong. But yeah, that's like one of the tips if you want to be strong. Get strong in a fighting game, or get good at anything, really. And unfortunately, not all of us have that sort of access. Right now I live in a small isolated town in northern Canada, and it's hard to drive down to the next best player and play them. But anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about Guilty Gear AC Dizzy, the character that I spent probably the most time with. Yeah, it's funny because I probably didn't know any better on my setups. I was just doing them, but I didn't have I didn't have the capacity to lab a whole lot of stuff. So I wonder if the setups I was doing was actually like legit, or was I just winning strictly on neutral? Anyway, let me show you what this character is all about. So I mentioned reload Dizzy, I mentioned slash Dizzy, and in those versions of this character, she didn't have a whole lot of like variability in terms of her fish formations. So let me be clear on one thing first. She has the same fish formations in this game, but what is significantly different between her past versions and this version is the fact that, excuse me, is the fact that she can set her fish to do 2 functions. Let me show you real quick. And this is like the start of her being a war crime. It was so bad that they didn't have this in Guilty Gear Xrd. Okay. I'm just setting up my training mode functions. All right, here we go. So we got the reset function. Okay, so she still has a punch fish, which is different, by the way. Look at that. So it only bites twice. In Guilty Gear Slash and Reload, it bit 3 times. K-fish, 1 bite. Okay, so that seems like a nerf already, right? Like what? That's kind of whack. So instead of being 2 bites, it's now 1 bite. Okay, slash fish, same thing. It kind of moves a little different, if you notice. It kind of moves forward a little bit more, and then it goes down. In the old version, it kind of it was slower going forward and doesn't go forward as much, and then it moves up or down to shoot. All right, here's the kicker. I can do punch fish, and then I can push any of those buttons again, and it'll do that command. So I'll do punch, and then I'll do core circle back punch, and then I'll do heavy. 2 bites, 1 laser. Cool, hey? All right, I'll do a punch fish, and then another punch fish. Punch, and then it does 2 bites, and then it does the punch function again, which is 2 bites. Punch kick, 2 bites and 1 big bite. Kind of like a kick fish, or sorry, a punch fish in the earlier versions. We can do 2 lasers, so heavy. This is a very popular one, right? So, does this remind you of any kind of character in a recent fighting game? A lot of players, a lot of people in Granblue versus Rising may recognize this as Nier's kind of moveset, right? Nier can do can program death, the puppet character, and Nier can program death a few times. So Dizzy kind of works like that too in this game, but you can only program the fish to do 2 functions. Yeah, Xnog, yeah, buffering death, exactly. So you can kind of do the same thing here, except it's not as cheap as death in this version anyway. All right, so she can program her fish. So as you can sense, that has ramifications in her Okazemi, her setups. So it makes a lot of her setups more complicated and potentially really cheap. Yo, Silver, how's it going? Wait, is Dizzy coming out today? Dizzy is not coming out today. Oh, maybe she is. Maybe she is. I have no idea. But a reveal of some sort is coming out today at 6:30 p.m. PST. So check out the Arc System Works page at that time. Right now, I'm just showing how Dizzy is in the older version. So we're talking about Guilty Gear AC. All right. You know, one thing I forgot to mention about Guilty Gear Slash Dizzy was the change of her electrical spear, her spear attack. So in Slash and also AC, you can actually hold the spear like that. You couldn't do this in Reload. And this actually helps for, again, there's certain mix-ups, there's certain setups that require you to hold that. And it really helps in neutral, of course. There's certain combos that you can do with this, such as the bubble loop. I'll show you that right now. So if you anti-air with this ice spear, it's not an ice spear, it's a electrical spear. Let me get my opponent to jump here. You can actually loop this is like a really high level kind of technique, but you can loop. So you can loop ice. This is basically the same move with a bubble. So normally, if you just let it go, so reload would look like that. You just anti-air with it, and then you have to like go up, and your combo looks something like that, right? But if you anti-air with this, you can sort of kind of relaunch with the bubble. If you have the skill, this is like really skill gated. And I used to be pretty good at this. There you go. So the trick for me anyway is just super jump. If it's too high, you super jump, and then you pop like that, and then you can relaunch. The problem with this though is that because you're bringing your opponent up really high in the air, it's actually really hard to get a hard knockdown afterwards. In fact, it's almost impossible unless you have meter. But this is like the swag combo for Dizzy. And it's, of course, it's not the easiest to do, but if you saw a Dizzy player do this, you're like, yo, this guy is good. If you do it like, let's see, I'll try it one more time. But having having the ability to hold the ice spear, sorry, the electrical spear, helps you do this. So you hold it for a little bit, and then you kind of roll your fingers with the JH, and then activate the bubble, etc, etc. Anyway, obviously I'm not good enough right now. Maybe I might be able to do it better mid-screen. Shit. One more time. Anyway, last time. One more time. Wow, why can't I do this? Your combo will change depending on whether it's a low hit or a high hit. But generally, there we go. There we go. Look at it. Look at that damage. So that's that. So holding the spear allows you to do that. You can also like do stagger combos. 2D range. Same range as Guilty Gear Slash. So if you remember when we were testing this out on Guilty Gear Reload, this actually reached actually right back here. So significantly less range on your 2D. Let's see what else we got here. So the biggest thing is the fish. Holding your ice spear, which is a slash thing. But basically, the biggest thing is the fish. And this is pretty big too. The addition of J2S. So normally her JS looks like this. But if you do J2S, jumping, crouching slash, you get this little, this lower hitting attack, which is actually very good for mix-ups. You know, a lot of times a low air dash JP won't reach. Like if you don't do it low enough, it's not going to hit your opponent. So then this J2H here hits pretty deep down low, and it's faster than a JH, so it's really good for your like low air dash mix-ups, if you so choose to do one. There are oh, what else can I say here? Yeah, actually, yeah. So we can talk about this 2D once again. So I couldn't show it in Guilty Gear Reload, but again, 2D. Same thing with Slash, Guilty Gear Slash. It's not cancelable into an attack. So if you do core circle forward or heavy after 2D, it's not going to cancel. You have to jump cancel it. So if I tap up after 2D, you can jump cancel it. I know it looks wild if you play Guilty Gear Strive, but you can jump cancel your 2D in this game, for this character anyway. So for you to do a ice spike, you actually have to jump and stall or TK the ice spike, right? So I'm gonna do 2D, tap up right away, and then kind of ballpark figure where that where the jump frames are of my after my 2D, and that's when I should cancel into my ice spike. So there you go. There's your 2D into ice spike. But if you don't do it right, which look at me, I played this character for how long? I was bragging about how much I played this character and how good I was. I can't even do it. So needless to say, I didn't do this move very often. I never ended my combos off with like 2D it for not just this reason that I'm not able to do consistently, but the fact that yeah, it's not it doesn't have good range. So there's a good chance that after the end of your combo, it may not even reach, right? Like that. So I'm better off doing something like that. 5k into 6h. Sorry, 5k into 5h. Yeah, and you can't... Okay, maybe this is a thing in Slash as well, but you cannot cancel your 5h into 2D. Right, but you could do that in Guilty Gear Reload, and you can do that in Guilty Gear AC+R, as I'm about to show. So, this is the beginning of when she started... When her mix-ups started becoming, like, really kind of hard to deal with. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know if I have a good mix-up for her. So, what we normally saw from high-level play, as far as I remember, was after Ice Spike knockdown, the formation was, I believe it was heavy into punch. This is what we saw a lot. But it's, you don't get a whole lot out of it. Maybe like there was a like you can try to squeeze in a hot like one high low, but you really have to force it. And the high low, by the way, is either a low air dash, like you get it in the air, you do a low air dash J2H, so J2S, one of these, or you just do like a nothing and do a landing low, right? So it should look something like this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so something like that. Except if you gotta get your opponent to block. So let me see if I can redo it. It's been a long time actually, and I've been spending a lot more time playing Guilty Gear AC+R, where you do have a lot easier ways to do a 50-50, and you do more than one. So let me see if I can do this. So it looks something like this, the pressure. So of course, there we go. Something like this. No, not that. Hold on, one more time. Something like this. Shit. I believe it's this into a bubble, and then the air dash. Yeah, it should keep them in blocks not enough for you to do an air dash block string. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, it's been a long time. Okay, I can do this all night, try to figure this out, or I can just watch one of my older videos to double check. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The past is the past. This game is irrelevant because the game eventually evolved into Guilty Gear AC+R. This version of the game actually was pretty long standing. So I mentioned earlier Guilty Gear Slash to Guilty Gear AC was literally 1 year. It had a 1 year lifespan. Guilty Gear AC was here for like 5 or 6 years, to the point where it felt like the definitive version of the game and they wouldn't ever switch it or upgrade it, but they did. And a funny story is that I actually spent a lot of money tracking this game down in the arcades and buying it, actually getting in one of these arcade machines and buying Guilty Gear AC, because it was a game, of course, that it actually carried me through university in terms of like my mental and emotional health. Yeah, it's a very important game to me, even though I don't remember the Dizzy mix-up. So I bought it. I spent like over $1,000 finding this and buying it, tracking it down, bringing it back to my hometown, and hopefully showing people all about this game. And those assholes down at Arc System Works literally decided to drop Guilty Gear AC+R, or like make an announcement 1 month after I tracked down and bought this game, because it's okay. So this game was out for 6 years. Like, how many, 5 or 6 years? How many games back in the day would, you know, decide to update after 5 or 6 years? Like, literally zero. So like, yeah, I kind of fucked up, but it's okay. We have the copy of it, and what's kind of messed up is that there's no easily accessible copy of Guilty Gear AC+R in North America. It's like in the network, in the Japanese network, you have to have like a specific system that connects to like their network to play it. So unfortunately, I cannot track a arcade version of AC+R, but that's okay. You know, I didn't spend my entire university life playing this AC+R. I'm okay playing this just on PC, because in PC they have rollback. Alright, here's a funny side note about Guilty Gear AC. So I actually went to Japan to play this game. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Potemkin in this game is really good. Potemkin was so good that this character was actually my secondary character. And it was my better character. So in the arcades in Japan, quite often players would say that my Dizzy was okay, but my Potemkin was stronger. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So just a side tangent, and really quick up before I move on to Dizzy and AC+R. This character was so broken. This character had an unblockable loop. I'm not even joking. This character can unblockable you. So if you don't know, slide head. Okay, and look, I have this character set to block. Right down here, right? Guard on. So slide head. Slide head. It's an unblockable. You cannot block it. Look, I'm gonna do 2K and I'm gonna do a dust. They're blocking. You can do OTG pickups with it. This is so fair, right? OTG pickup into hard knockdown. And like, let's see. Hammerfall doesn't go all the way, but it doesn't need to, right? And then maybe you can even do it again, as long as the shockwave is the one that's hitting, right? You can do an unblockable. All right, so I mean, if that doesn't already look cheap enough, you can force them to block your super. So do this if you have 50%. Let's see. If you time it right, force them to block your Aegis Reflector. You just gotta time it just right. There you go. And then go for that again. And I'm not even joking you, the amount of tension you build from this is ridiculous. So I'm gonna change my tension to, let's just say I have 50%. Look at this. Look how much meter I get. I'm at like 80% now. Oh, look, I can do it again. I saw one tweet. Oh, I can do it again. It's so fair, right? I saw one tweet where someone was saying, "Hey, would anybody be interested in a Guilty Gear AC tournament if we do it?" This is not even that long. It was like a month ago, and I kid you not, it was a Potemkin player that says, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Sounds pretty good to me." They know. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Anyway, this is my stronger character, and the Japanese players that I hung around agreed that this is my main character. But anyway, let's go back in time to when Dizzy was strong. And maybe Dizzy was stronger than Potemkin. So let's go to Guilty Gear AC+R. And this is not a version of Dizzy that we're going to see tomorrow. I promise you they will not make this character this strong, and this is a time. This time existed where Dizzy was like a war crime. Let me see. There we go. Let's pick my favorite color. Alright, now we fast forward to Guilty Gear AC+R. This character does not require a whole lot of effort compared to the previous versions. I hate to admit it. I hate myself for saying it, but this character is like really easy compared to what she was before. But I think because of how difficult she was in the previous versions, it really helped me play this character at a high level. With a little bit more ease than anyone else. So first of all, some things that got fixed. 2D, well, Soul doesn't reach, but you can easily cancel it into a special. You don't have to special cancel it. You don't have to jump cancel it. So that's already a good thing going for Dizzy. Back in the day, we had to, if you lived in the trenches with me playing Dizzy, you had to jump cancel this to cancel it. But you don't have to do that in this game. Really easy. Hey, you can also cancel your 5K your 5H into a 2D. So they made that easier as well. Grunge says, "Brother Nigga, are you also going to turn off notifications prior to the Dizzy announcement?" I think I will. The Dizzy reveal got sort of spoiled to me at Evo. I turned off all notifications except for Twitter, but someone messaged me on Twitter and just said, "Yo, you were right." I'm like, "Oh shit, what am I right about?" There's only one thing: me constantly saying that Dizzy is coming, and she did. So I am gonna turn off everything, all my social media. Okay, so what else does she have? Her fish formations, her fish biting and laser formations have changed. She has an additional one too. So this is the punch fish. 2 bites. Actually, that's the same, pretty much. It does have a different timing. K-fish. That looks weird, but it's very, very strong. It bites multiple times. 3 times, in fact. S-fish. Pretty much the same. H-fish. Pretty much the same. An additional fish. D-fish. Big bite. Brolic bite. Right? It staggers. And it like locks you in block for a long time, but not as much as a K-fish. K-fish locks you in block the longest, but the D-fish like does the most damage for a bite fish for sure. So, with the addition of the bitey K-fish and the D-fish, her pressure is like really easy. Really fortunate for people who like to play Dizzy, but you can really just turn off your brain and play this character if you have just a certain amount of, just a handful of setups, right? You don't have to really force a high-low, you just do it. So here, let me give you an example. So, I'll get my opponent to, let's get them to block actually. And I promise you, as scary as this character is going to look, this is not the version of the character we're going to see in Strut. I promise you. So let's say I get a hard knockdown in the corner with the Ice Spike. All you need to do This is gonna count. This is gonna double as a AC+R tutorial. All you need to do, get the hard knockdown with heavy slash ice spike, dash up, KK fish. There's 2 mix-ups right there. 2 50-50s right there. Easy. You don't need to do anything too special. The hardest thing is maybe getting the microdash into the fish. But you do like a low. Like, wait, so every time I did a landing 2K, you can also do, or alternatively do, air dash J2K. Sorry, J2S. So let me mix it up a little bit. Oopsies. Microdash 5K. Like, for instance, there you go. I mean, I messed up the first air dash, but it's okay. This character is very forgiving in terms of the corner. If you jump, that's actually some of the setups. It's just jump. But I mess it up and it still worked. It's okay. So yeah, a lot of flexibility in your mix-ups. There it is, and then I can do a high at the end there. Look at that. Legit. 2 high lows. Very strong. Your fish is leading. Well, the fish is not really leading. You're leading in with a 5K, but that is also... I'll show you real quick here. Can also be a safe jump. Or not safe jump, but safe pressure. Oh, I love this setup too. It's so good. Fever says maybe I should main Disney Plus. I encourage you, if you know what, you should. You should. This character works a lot like Jacko and Strive. So let me show you a little bit of some war crimes. A little bit of war crimes right now. So we're gonna throw in the corner. And then we're gonna do a 50. We're gonna do 2 50-50s. Right. Do it one more time. Basically, I did 2 50-50s there. So I'm gonna DP with I was gonna call him Sin with Kai. See if I can do it. If I did this properly. Shit. Am I doing the right DP? What is... Hold on. How do you DP with this character? There you go. Vapor Thrust. Imada! Now! Wow! Alright, so apparently I can't input a DP. This game, this is too hard for me. There you go, look at that. So what I'm trying to show here is that, yeah, it can also work as a safe jump or safe pressure, you know. So it's really cheap and it's really easy to do. I had a harder time DPing than me doing this pressure. Although I guess, to be fair, I do play this character. I do play Dizzy, and I don't play characters with DPs a whole lot. So that is basically, you know, just for an example, how she is in this game. She's definitely not going to be like this in Guilty Gear Strive, and I'm not sad that that's the case. Just Guilty Gear Strive is a different game, and that's totally fine. War Crimes is insane. Wake up timings and old Guilty Gear hands. That's right. They got hands. They got so much hands. Is Testament punishing? Wait, is Testament punishing you when you mess up? I think I've been lied to somewhere. I don't think. I think Testament requires a lot more skill and practice than Dizzy. Dizzy, thankfully, is like kind of comfy to play in this version. Thankfully for me, anyway, because I I rely on my legacy skill a lot when I boot up this game. All right, so what else does she have? So she's got those fish formations, really cheap, really easy pressure. She has this ice spike, and she's got the regular length ice spike, and then she also has like almost a full screen ice spike, right? So she still has this spear that she can hold, but she's got an EX version of it, or in this version it's called force breaks. So you spend 25% meter, and then you do like this EX attack. So she has an EX ice spear, of course, DP motion backwards with dust. She's got an EX bubble, which like pops bigger, basically. It's really good when you're trying to like be tricky and like manipulate your air mobility, and also like if you're trying to like anti-air, really good. Bubbles will blow up instead of just fizzle out at the end of its duration. So this is really good against certain matchups where you're just hanging out full screen, just not really advancing towards your opponent, and your opponent isn't advancing towards you. For instance, Dizzy versus Potemkin, really good to just kind of lay out, force the Potemkin to do something like move towards you, and also like kind of avoiding stray whatchamacallit, slide heads. She's got this arc here for her axe. She also has this arc here. I think this is actually a slash thing, I believe. So, but you don't use this move a whole lot. This is like, you hardly ever see Dizzies use this a whole lot. What else do we have here? J2S, of course. This was added in Guilty Gear AC. One thing I failed to mention is that for some reason, this move is air throw invincible. So it doesn't need to be. There's no reason why it should be air throw invincible, but it is. But yeah, those are some big things for Dizzy, and I think they adjusted how the fish, they adjusted how the fish, I guess, dies. So it doesn't go away on hit, basically is what I'm saying here. So if I command this HH fish still comes out. Let's do that again. Will still activate or continue to activate even after I hit Dizzy. So let's just get her to block. Yeah, so the HH fish is still there. I think this is kind of cheap. It's not necessary, but I'm not going to complain. I play this character. I'm locked into this character. Where it's really cheap is if you do one of the homing fishes. So you do H fish into D fish, right? This is so good. So like, let's say I get my Dizzy in the combo, whatever. I hit her, whatever. And then this fish comes out of nowhere catching strays, Really cheap. I don't, fuck it. Yeah, it's awesome. I can't. I'm glad I play this character. Let's just put it that way. 100% not gonna be in Strive. 100% not gonna be in Strive. Like, how many games have I won because of this? Oh my god. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what? She needs it. She needs it. She doesn't actually need it. So they changed the input also for a super. Remember this super? In Guilty Gear AC, and in this game, instead of it being down forward, half circle forward, back forward, punch, which is like, why? It's actually half circle back, forward, punch. So they streamlined this technique, made it easier for you to use. So lots and lots of quality of life changes. I love it. This character's awesome in this version. Like, they made, they didn't keep things behind an execution wall like they did with Guilty Gear AC. So again, you can cancel your 2D into a ice spike. But yeah, other than that, I don't think there's anything else that's changed. Maybe they adjusted some health modifiers and that sort of thing. But it, I think she's in a good place in a world where every character is super cheap and outrageous, egregious, outrageous. Every character plays like a boss character in this game, and I can't think of a character that's not. And I wouldn't have it any other way for Guilty Gear AC+R. But to bring it back to Guilty Gear Strive, we're probably not going to see this version of this character's. Sorry, we're not going to see this particular version of Dizzy in Guilty Gear Strive, obviously, because we didn't see this version of Soul in Strive. We didn't see this version of Testament. So anyone who's like looking at Strive and thinking, man, I hope they don't screw up Dizzy, or I hope Dizzy retains this or that. I think it's really foolish to think that way, because I mean, just look at Strive as it is. Is it not already that much different? Isn't it not that you got it's late. It's so much more different than the older games. Like, we should not be surprised that they're gonna take different steps to make Dizzy not like her older versions, and I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with the character in Guilty Gear Strive. You know, being someone who's been playing this character for that many years, I like to think that, you know, her design is changing, and like how I'm changing. You know, I played this character back when I was 17, 18. I'm 37 right now, and if she wants to dress more modestly in the new version, you know, I'm all for it. Yo, I'm dressing more modestly in this version of my life, and it's cool to see these characters evolve, and you know, and take on new wardrobe changes, and just like how I am. You know, we're all growing. We're all not just us IRL, but this franchise that we've stuck with for so many years. You know, it's cool to see these changes. And you know, let's say we don't like the changes. Guilty Gear Plus R isn't going anywhere. People are still playing it. Guilty Gear Xrd is not going anywhere. There's still the you know, people are still active. In fact, one can argue that these games, Plus R and Xrd, have been way more active than they ever were way back when. So I mentioned earlier that a long time ago, when I was playing Guilty Gear AC, like, I would say competitively, at my peak of competition, there was literally like 4 or 5 players in my province that played this game. And now, you know, Guilty Gear AC Plus R, there's probably more than that, including myself. There's, you know, there are a lot more people playing this game, and it's easier to access those players with the magic of rollback. You know, having to play delayed based Guilty Gear AC Plus R was impossible with like your FRC timings and that sort of thing. So it's like no better time than now to play AC Plus R, and there's a lot of up and coming players who are really good now who play this game and that didn't play it before. So yeah, Guilty Gear Strive, if you didn't like it because it's so much different than the older games, you gotta admit that, you know, its presence also helped the health of the older communities, AC Plus R and Xrd, and yeah, you know, I'm forever thankful for Guilty Gear Strive. And you know, I may not agree with a lot of the things, the changes, the directions that they're going with it, but dude, it's nice to see AC Plus R and Xrd have such good communities, and of course that's thanks to the people who have been always supporting it. You know, Guilty Gear Xrd, if it wasn't for like that Chip dude, what's his name? Shit, the really smart guy who makes those essays. He plays Chip. Anyway, that guy who hosts a whole bunch of Xrd terms. That guy's awesome. I forget his name though. Jesus Christ, I'm so bad. Anyway, without the help of that guy, uh, you know, it's thanks to him that we still see a lot of extra tournaments and that sort of thing. Jeez, I'm gonna kick myself in the head for not remembering his name. Chip the guy. What's his name? His wife's name is Ko. Anyway, they're cool people. Pat the Flip. That's right. Pat the Flip. He's cool. Yo, Minnie, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Minnie Benji says, by the way, I think we have a winner for whose design change whose design changed the most in Strive. What do you think? Who do you think that? Testament changed quite a bit. As long as Dizzy is fun to play, I'm interested in Learn Tour. A lot of returning players have the same moves but have different play styles. Fever says, I'm hyped for both Dizzy and Venom return. Hope they are really fun to play. So Commander Camper says, I noticed the way they adapt characters is they seem to grab a core part of the gameplay experience and they will retain that, but in a way that is unique to Strive. For the most part, yeah. I mean, I can think of one example that is just... Actually, no, it doesn't work out. I was going to say Ramathal. But no, Rams is kind of the same in like a very general sense. So in Guilty Gear Xrd, if you put your opponent in the corner with Ram, they're like dead. That's your win condition. And yeah, no, that's the same in Strive. It's just you open them up in different ways. Johnny is about powering up Misfinder, but the way he goes about it is way different. That's true, yeah. I guess, how about Jacko though? I guess the core gameplay of Jacko is you have things on the screen. Minions. She liked the minions. She's like Despicable Me. Minnie says, I saw gameplay of Plus R and I really wanted to try it out. Oh, I guess Sin kind of changed a whole lot. Yeah, the eat mechanic is different. So although I guess the core essence of Sin and Guilty Gear Xrd is just that he's just supposed to be like a mid-range powerhouse, which he still is. In Strive, it's just he doesn't have the eat mechanic, the calorie mechanic. But Minnie, if you're interested in Plus R, it's a fun game. Like, I know it's not regarded as the most fair game, but hey, you know what comes around, what goes around comes around. Because your opponent's character isn't fair, hey, your character isn't fair too. You're just pitting, like, I don't know. It's like I imagine it like, you know, those kids in Japan pitting like Hercules beetles up against each other, and it's just they just see like these two monsters fight. It's like in Godzilla, you know, let them fight. The famous line of Ken Watanabe. So Flower says, if there's one big change, it's that in the older games a character would have multiple gimmicks that tie down to a broader theme, but Strive, they mostly just want to see one. I just misread that entire sentence. I'm sorry. I think the biggest difference between the older games and the newer games is that in the older games, how you play the character isn't exactly intuitive. Everything is kind of hidden, you know what I mean? You look at a moveset in any character in Guilty Gear Xrd and Plus R, it's not really going to tell a story on how the character is going to be played. Except for Leo in Guilty Gear Xrd. In Guilty Gear Strive, if you watch a character trailer and then you see their moveset, it's pretty clear on how you're supposed to play the character. Guilty Gear Plus R, you know, it's not... You know, it's really more cryptic, I found. Like, so, for an example, just giving... From my past experience anyway, like, I played Guilty Gear Midnight Carnival and Guilty Gear Plus... Or Guilty Gear Reload for a very long time. Back in my hometown, it was just me, my brother, and my buddy named Peter. And us three would have our own way of playing, and it did not involve Okizeme at all. didn't involve sweep into projectile knockdown, or so projectile pressure. You know, like Kai combo sweep into charge stunnage, whatever. Like, but we played the game and we did combos, we did dust loops and stuff, but we didn't know the meta of the game. I didn't understand it until I went down to Vancouver, where I played against this guy named Taya, and he would knock me down, do heavy disc, and then just mix me up. And I don't know. I guess to me anyway, it wasn't intuitive that that's how you played the game, knock down into projectile. So then I started doing it with Dizzy. Like, you had to like talk to people and either, I don't know, be told, I don't know, yeah, or play against people who knew how to play the meta, right? While it's more intuitive in Guilty Gear Strive. Like, you just pick up Slayer, you do a pile bunker, and then you win. You know, that move looks like, you just look at pile bunker, you see that the move looks really strong, and then you're like, yo, I gotta hit my opponent with this move. And then that's just how you play the character. And Slayer and Guilty Gear Strive, you just find ways to pile bunker your opponent into wall break, and you're good. But in Guilty Gear Guilty Gear Reload, you know, or the old Guilty Gear, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know at all that you know, there's like maybe a bite loop, or rather that you had to backdash cancel your attacks. You wouldn't know that. You know, but that's how you play this character. So that's a big thing about old Guilty Gear and new Guilty Gear. It's like, old Guilty Gear is like, you know, the game is cryptic. It doesn't tell you how to play it right away. It's like trying to find out what the story is in Dark Souls, right? Or Bloodborne. You have to read, you have to really read the text, right? You have to read other people's texts. But you know, you wouldn't know that there's backdash canceling. You know, this is how you're supposed to play the character. You know, so Strive is like a lot more streamlined, a lot more direct, and that's the game design philosophy. A little bit different direction than what we were used to back in the day. Let's see. Anyway, hope you're all doing well. Bike and having half her moveset locked behind block stun. That's true. Yeah, that's right. When no other character has special moves that can be activated, block stun. Silver, how's it going? Nagai, do you have a skincare routine? What makes you ask that? I shower every day. This camera probably makes me look a lot better than I actually am. Alright, Fever, you gotta go to sleep. Sounds good. You have a good night, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Flowers and Sauce says, yeah, characters are way more clear on what you're supposed to do than what you do in Strive. Minnie says, yeah, I will say Strive definitely simplifies things a lot. Skincare routine is eating lots of good seafood. And yeah, I eat lots of seafood. And you know, my city is one of the rainiest cities in Canada, so maybe the natural, you know, atmosphere helps with my complexity. You look super young. Oh, thanks. I'm 37. I would look younger if I shaved my beard, but the secret tech in my industry is to look older. You know, wear glasses, wear a beard, and then old people will listen to you. Older people tend to give you more respect when you look the part of scientist man. But yeah, that's why this beard is here. I don't believe it's just the camera. Oh, thank you for that. I try to do the Japanese bathe every day, you know, relax, and eat lots of seafood. But yeah, I hope you're having a good night. I don't think there's anything more I want to add here. Ah, thanks for that. You guys are flattering me. I appreciate it. You know, you guys look beautiful. You guys are beautiful. But yeah, thanks Thanks for that. I appreciate it, I guess. I don't know how to respond to that. Let's drink some more water. And I think I'm going to go ahead and shut down the stream pretty soon here. We can talk all night about the old Guilty Gear and but we gotta move on. The next Guilty Gear I want to talk about is Guilty Gear Rev 2. But it's 2:18 a.m. right now, and I should probably go to sleep.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.
Yeah. Before I leave though, I do mean it though. I work in pharmacy, I work in healthcare. And if I like not wear glasses and I shave my beard, and you know, do what I do to look young, the older clientele, you know, they're less likely to listen to me and believe what I say. I hate to admit it, but yeah, you have to kind of dress the part and play the part. Yeah, and sometimes I just gotta do that to make sure I'm providing the best healthcare possible. You know, if they're not willing to listen to me, then they're not, you know, I can't tell them all the good stuff about how the medicine's gonna help them, right? So unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm cursed with I don't know. I look young, I guess. I hate it. Sometimes I hate it because like sometimes they're like, "Yo, are you new here?" I'm like, "No, I've been here for 15 years, man." Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up because the longer I talk, the longer this video is, and then my editor is gonna hate me for this. Gonna give them more work. But yeah, next time, maybe tomorrow, let's go over some, just very briefly, Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 Dizzy. Unfortunately, I don't have access to Rev 1. But you know what? If there's a version of Dizzy that is going to... If there's an older version of Dizzy that is going to look like... what am I trying to say here? Yeah, Strive Dizzy will look probably most like Rev 1 Xrd Dizzy. So when Dizzy first came out in Guilty Gear Xrd, she was kind of dog shit, not gonna lie. She was pretty bad. You know, the setups that I just showed you, you know, this setup here, I'll show you this. She was not good. The recovery of her fish was so bad. Let me show you one thing. And this is probably what we're gonna see in Guilty Gear Strive. But it's okay. In Guilty Gear Strive, it's gonna be fair. Given the framework of the game. So this setup here, where you do a fish, and then you lead in with a 2K. In Guilty Gear Rev 1, when Dizzy first came out, you did not have time to dash in and do a 2K. You had to like RC your fish to be able to do a meaty hit. And the fish wasn't meaty at all. It gave enough room for your opponent to up, back, jump out. So that version of Dizzy wasn't good, and I believe this is probably going to be the closest version of Dizzy that we're going to see in Guilty Gear Strive, sadly. Probably a little bit of a mix between Guilty Gear Reload and Guilty Gear Rev 1. We are definitely not going to see AC+R Dizzy. But we'll talk about that more tomorrow. Or the next time I'm going to stream. If we're going to have good news tomorrow for Dizzy, like not just a portrait reveal, but like a trailer, I'm obviously going to stream, and we're going to watch this trailer on my channel, and we'll talk about Dizzy a little bit more in terms of what she has in Rev 2 and what she had in Rev 1. So, yeah. And maybe potentially react to a trailer. I just wanted to do this stream before Dizzy comes out, or rather do this stream before a Dizzy trailer comes out, just so we can have fun speculating what she might be like in Strive. And I really feel like it's going to be a little bit of Guilty Gear Rev 1 and Guilty Gear Reload. But anyway, with that said, let's wrap it up. I'm going to go ahead and raid somebody. I hope that was fun. I know this is not gameplay, and I know this is not the most interesting thing, but I like this character a lot, and I want to make sure I let you guys know that I like this character a lot, okay? So let it be clear that this character is my favorite character of all time, and I'm very excited with this character, even though I know she's not going to be as strong as she was in the older games. All right. Anyway, you guys are awesome. No arcade run for AC. I'd say I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, not tonight. Unfortunately, maybe tomorrow. I really enjoyed learning about the history of Disney. Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed talking about it. Thanks for saying that. Minnie says, I just tuned in it, but I enjoyed it a lot. I love people talking about fighting games. Dude, I love this game. If you can't tell, I'm a big fan of Guilty Gear. But anyway, let's go ahead and raid someone. Maybe someone's out there who is also a big fan of Guilty Gear, and we'll send them the love. Gear's the best? Hell yeah, dude. I don't know why I said it like that. Hell yeah, dude. I love... Alright, yeah, I'm at the top of the strive category, but the funny thing is I have Guilty Gear AC+R playing. Yeah, why don't we just send you all off to the next person here? Or before we do that, let's see if any of my friends are streaming. Let's do Guilty Gear. Just send some Guilty Gear love. These guys are working hard late at night. There's a streamer. Yeah, the next streamer, Athena? Like Athena from King of Fighters? Alright. Well, I hope you guys are as excited about Dizzy as I am, and you know, actually I hope you're not. I hope you hate. I hope I bored you with all this history of Dizzy so that you will not play her and she'll be all mine when she comes out. I'm just joking. You guys can play her too. She's here to... Yeah, we're here to share. Alright, don't forget to turn on... Yeah, gatekeeping. That's right. You guys better not play her. I hope she's low tier. So all you people who are on the Dizzy train, the hype train, decide to not play her and go back to Slayer. You know, go back to play your baby character Slayer, okay? I'll play the Giga Chad, hard to play low tier Dizzy, and she'll be all mine, alright? Oh, I'm just joking, of course. You guys can play whoever you want. Alright, let's raid this. Let's raid let's raid the next Guilty Gear streamer. Before I say anything else that might like get me in trouble. Alright. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking my stream, and if you haven't done so already, yo, please check out please go ahead and check out my YouTube video. Links in the pinned messages below. The Dizzy Goon Cave. Not my house. Someone else's house. It might be my house though. But check it out. I made a little video. My editor cut it up, put all the good parts in there. So if you want a good laugh, check it out. But with that said, thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate you all hanging out. Thanks for sticking around for the history of Dizzy, the evolution of Dizzy, the Dizzy legacy, if you will. And if there's some good news tomorrow, we'll see you all tomorrow. And if not, I'll see you next time. All right, take care, everybody. Thanks for liking my stream.